Yeah, welcome to the stream. Glad to have y'all here. To anyone that's in the chat. We're gonna get started. I'm gonna keep the introduction pretty brief because we're gonna have to get through a lot of players. The rules really simple, to be honest. We're doing a tier list. There's a bunch of tiers. We got a bunch of players to get through, and we're going to do this as scientifically as we possibly can. Get rid of this banner. Whew. Okay. Saul is a bomb. I am crying. That's funny. Shout out to Saul, man. Not too much. As I feel like it's only really fair to start with whoever's in first. Like we got a bunch of players to get through. So the tiers we have is GOATs for the season. I don't know if watch football for them is the right terminology here. Really good, big potential, great but not good this season. Overrated, mid player, don't like them, and I've not watched enough. No, I think I'm gonna change the name of this to putting in work. I think that's a better way of describing that. Very good. I feel like there should. I feel like I'm gonna put someone. I'm gonna do mid player here. And then here I'm gonna do like decent player. Okay, I like this. This is what we're gonna go with. This is what we're gonna go with for right now, at least. Okay, so starting with the first player, we have Alisson. So I think the way this list has been organized is we're going to see like the like it's going through like each team's like main players. So I think Alisson, from what I remember, he's been largely, I don't want to say injured for like the middle portion of the season, because obviously there was a good amount of time where Kelleher was the one getting minutes. He still managed to play like 26 league games. I do think he's been really good this year. I think with Alisson, obviously a lot of his big performances have come in the Champions League. I still think he's made a lot of good saves, you know, and it's like generally, I can't really think of too many games where I think he's been disappointing. I would say I thought it was a bit disappointing against Arsenal yesterday. He's kept 9 clean sheets. He's relative to the amount of traffic that he's gotten, I feel like he's done a decent job of like what's it called? Goalkeeping. So I'll probably put him in like really good for this season. Okay, next up we got Big Virg van Dijk. He has also been a ever present throughout the season for Liverpool this year. Honestly, I felt that him and Konate have been doing really good work together. I would probably say that he's probably been in like my top three in terms of center backs in the Premier League this year. For kind of the general reasons that you would expect to see him there. I think in terms of defending, he's been really good. He's come up with timely headers. His work in build-up play has been good. And he's been generally consistent. I can't really think of any time where I would feel as if he hasn't been pulling his fair weight in terms of like performances for a center back. And then, especially when you have to also keep in mind as well, is that Konate had been injured for like a couple months. And so I think Van Dijk, even without his main partner being there, has been doing the business and just kind of been keeping it steady for Liverpool. So I think just because of that, I'm probably going to put him in putting in work for this year. I feel like that would be a fair place to put him. If I can get him up there. There we go. Okay, next up we have Konate. Now, Konate, I thought has been immense as well. I will say though, I do think that his performances through the first half of the season has been significantly better than the second half. Not to necessarily say that he's just become, like worse, but I definitely do think that he hasn't been as consistent. I do think part of that has just been like he hasn't had the same spring that he's had earlier. I also think part of that could just be because, obviously, it's kind of coincided with like Liverpool's like kind of more questionable performances if we're comparing like the first half of the season to the second half. So I feel like for him it would be kind of fair to put him at what's it called? Really good. I think really good is like a fair shake for him. Now Trent Alexander-Arnold. So when it comes to Trent this year, obviously we know about him and his future endeavors in terms of what he's planning on doing. But if we're looking at Trent this year, all right, I think it's a bit weird because he's been available. Obviously, he's still doing a lot of what he does well in terms of like being there creatively. I don't know if I would say that this year. I'd probably say this has probably been like his weakest season in terms of like what he's been offering to Liverpool over the last couple of years since he's been like Trent as we know him. I mean, I will say though is I don't know if part of that has just been because of kind of everything that's been surrounding him or the injuries or whatever. I mean, granted, Trent has never really been like the most amazing of defensive players to begin with. So I think like for his own standard, like I wouldn't say he's had a poor season by any means, but I also wouldn't say he's been like amazing either. So there's a lot of really good so far, to be honest. Gravenberch. No, this is someone that I would say has definitely been one of Liverpool's best players this year. I think he's been incredibly important, especially for what they do in like build up play and in terms of like straining the defense. I think he's been immense in that as well. What I will say is I feel as though, again, kind of similar to Kunate, like the fact that Liverpool haven't really he's been overplaying, he's been playing pretty much every single minute for them for the entire season. I'd probably say for like the last 2 months, he hasn't been as great as he was, in like that like November, December, January period. But I think for him, that has more to do with kind of just like his role and the lack of minutes he's really had to like stagger with other players. I know there's also talk about like his agent talking about the possibility of flirting with like other clubs as well. So I do think that's another thing to keep in mind. But I think generally he's been good overall. This season, I would definitely put him down in like the putting in work category. I think for Gravenberg, what he probably needs to do going into next season is kind of just like um, really add more to, I don't want to say like his passing range. Like for as good as he is in terms of like, you know, on the ball, like he definitely has like room to improve, especially with like his long balls, his long passing, and maybe just like certain uh iron out certain like technical things, but overall, like I said, has been really, really good. Um, so I'm gonna put him in the putting in work category as well. McAllister. I think he's been very steady. I'm trying to think of like kind of like the biggest standout game I could think of for him this year. I don't know, maybe like the game against Tottenham or the game against West Ham. I'd probably go with the game against West Ham. I think for McAllister, he's been tasked a lot of running back and forth as kind of like the main eight. Um, and I think he's done that role exceptionally well. I think he's popped up with, really important goals when the time calls for it. Um, I don't know. I just feel like maybe with him, he's just kind of in like a weird limbo situation where he's just been consistent throughout the season, but he's never really had any like higher peaks or like low valleys. He's just kind of really been, steady in terms of like being instead of in terms of being like a good performer. Oh my God, I kind of wish I had Chris here right now. You'd obviously be able to speak about these players specifically better than I can, but I'm gonna do my best anyway though. So I'm gonna put him in the really good category. Szoboszlai. So this is a weird one because this is a guy that is meant to play as an 8 um, for Liverpool, but yet he doesn't really. I mean, not as an 8, sorry, as a 10 for Liverpool, but he kind of ends up occupying more box to box roles. Like when you kind of like look at his last 2 seasons at Leipzig, he got 23 and 18 GA respectively. And at Liverpool, he got 11 last year, and so far he's on 15, so he's making a better return this season. I think for him, one of the things that he does really well is I think he's one of those players that does a lot of the little things that is very easy to overlook. Um, that would probably be like the biggest compliment I could give to him. He has, above average chance creation. Uh, he's a good long ball passer. He doesn't really dribble that often. He works hard in terms of running around and recovering for the team. So he's a lot of the he's a really good engine. He's like a basically like he reminds me of kind of like a replacement for Wijnaldum in a sense, where he does a lot of the running around engine stuff where he also has like that little bit more of a polish for the final ball actions as well. And I think if you're Szoboszlai, the honestly, I think what he's been doing for them right now, I think he's been good. So again, I know right now I feel like I'm just putting in line the really good category, but that is kind of really I really think about a lot of these players. They've just been doing their jobs, doing what they need to do, and kind of keeping it at that. Next up, we got Harvey Elliott. So he's a bit of a weird one because I remember him. He plays. I want to say as an eight for Liverpool. Whereas when I kind of think of I've seen him play as a eight. I've seen him play on the right. I've seen him play as a 10. So he's kind of one of those players that is like all over the place, but doesn't have uh what's it called, a defined role. So I mean that's one of those things where that can be good in the sense that it means that he's really versatile, but also means that he's not really amazing at any one thing to really knock down a starting role on this team, which is a bit disappointing because last year he got 11 assists overall for the season. So he was really showcasing like that playmaking gene from that point of view. But obviously this year it hasn't really been to the same level. Again, like I said, this probably has more to do with just kind of like how Slot likes to use him versus how Klopp like to use him. So I would say probably for Elliott, whatever role that he needs to do to be able to get consistent minutes on this team, I'd probably say that's what he needs to figure out. Obviously, that's a lot easier said than done because again, it becomes a question of like what is this guy's role. So he's either usually playing at the right of a three-man midfield or as the backup right winger, but obviously with the form that Salah has been in this season, he's not going to be able to do a lot of that, get a lot of minutes doing that. So he needs to diversify his role. So I'd probably say for him, I'm probably going to put him at decent player. Luis Diaz. Oh my gosh. He's a funny guy. He's really a funny guy because he started off the season exceptional. And kind of as the season's gone on, he's kind of had like these weird fluctuations in terms of the consistency of his performances. I'd probably say he's been a bit better now, like after like for the last couple of weeks. So you kind of have like so it's kind of weird because you have the really good start to the season in the first part of the year, and then you have kind of like the decent bit of play, going on for the um, title run and beyond. So what does that kind of leave you? It kind of leaves you with that middle portion of the season, and then it becomes a question of okay, so what was he really doing in said middle portion? You kind of look at the Champions League play, and I feel like that's kind of where you first start to look at him, and you're wondering like, okay, what did you really get on doing this year in particular? I don't. I think the only game I can even really think of where he did anything that stood out in the Champions League guys, I want to say their league game, no, their league phase game against, I believe it was AC Milan. I don't know if it was. I can't remember. I can't really remember if he's had any good influences. Sorry, no, against Leverkusen. That's my bad. He got a hat trick against Leverkusen back in November. So, and that's basically like if I were to be extremely harsh, right? Like that's basically the only real good Champions League game I can think of for him. So, you have the good starting beginning in the Premier League and has been consistent in terms of goal scoring, especially for his standard. And then you kind of have a whole lot of like middling, I want to say, performances, kind of just like splintered in the middle. I mean, obviously, you kind of know what he gives you in terms of overall play. You get a player that dribbles well, will get a lot of touches in the box to get shots off. But I'd probably just say that like for him those shots it probably wasn't as clinical in the Champions League as he was in the league. So I'd probably say good. I'd probably say because I definitely think he's been better than Harvey Elliott, but I wouldn't quite put him in really good. But I wouldn't call him, but I wouldn't say he's overrated either. I feel like I need. You know what? This is what I'm doing. I'm gonna put Harvey Elliott in mid player. I'm gonna move Diaz up into decent. Or you know what? Even better yet, I'm still gonna keep Harvey Elliott in mid. I'm just gonna take out the overrated. And I'm just gonna put him at above average because I feel like this is probably the best. This would be the best place to put him. I spelled average wrong. LOL. So I'm gonna put him in above average. I feel like this is fair. Salah. I mean, obviously, there's really not much to talk about. We already know where this guy's going. You see the GA. You see like the performances in the league. The hat tricks, the assists, everything for Salah. Obviously, the real disappointments for the season for him come in the tie against PSG and the EFL Cup final against Newcastle. Those have obviously been like his major like what's it called, drawbacks for this season in particular. I mean, I also think another thing to keep in mind too is he has been a bit because I've alluded to this before on like other platforms. In terms of the goal scoring, I do think that it does worry me a bit that it has kind of dried up since the end of like February. So that was around like the Manchester City game. Because since then, the guy's only actually scored a single goal in open play. So, and we're about to finish the season. There's 2 games left. So that is something that worries me. But I mean, the guy nearly got 60 GA this year. So I'm really not going to give him too much shit, generally speaking. Next up, we got Darwin Nunez. I'm actually okay. Yo, this is really funny because bro has basically just been a ghost all year. And it's weird because even though he's been a ghost, he's played 45 matches, which I don't even know how that's possible, to be honest with you. He hasn't really played that much in the matches themselves. In fact, I think the last time this guy played 90 minutes was back in January. So, that says a lot about how Slot views him. And it's probably not good. Obviously, I think he's posted some cryptic messages on social media about like kind of like how his treatment has been. And so I doubt he's going to stay at the club much longer for the season. I mean, obviously, when he plays, he's just one of those players that knows how to cause chaos and knows, has the physical tools to disrupt your opposition teams. But that goal scoring, man, you just can't get past that. So that being said, I'll probably have to just put him in mid player. All right. Next up, we have David Raya. Yes, I think he's had a good season for Arsenal, all things considered. I don't think he's had too many games this year where I'd say he's been outright bad. I can't think of some like poor moments that stand out. I remember against Brentford there was like a opportunity where um he almost let in a actually no, I wasn't I'm not sure if it was Brentford or Chelsea or if it actually happened. No, I think it actually happened twice where like he had like a shot on coming towards him and he almost like got fumbled the ball into the net. And both times he was still able to recover, but it was just little things like that that like kind of stand out for me. Um, to be honest, I think this year compared to last year, I think he's been fine. To be honest, I think he's been fine. Like I don't really think he's done anything exceptional, but I don't think he's been a detriment to Arsenal either. Like I don't, and like when you even when you look at kind of like looking at him from, I don't think he's in terms of when I think about the shots he's faced, the kind of chances he's gone up against compared to the amount of goals that Arsenal have conceded, which is 33. I wouldn't say that like there's anything that would suggest that he hasn't done at least a decent job. So, are anything egregious? So I'd probably put him, at least for this year, at what's it called? Just really good. Like I don't really have. Like I think he's been steady. Like I don't really have much else to say on him. Um, Gabriel, my favorite Gabriel on Arsenal. It's kind of sad what happened with him because I do think he was having a really, really good season this year. Obviously, he got injured on his last game of the season was against Fulham at the beginning of April. It was obviously like a point in the season where the guy was like scoring a corner like every other freaking game. I do think generally this year he's probably been the better of the two between him and Saliba, even though I rate Saliba higher like overall. I think even outside of even outside of the goals, I'd probably just say that I think this year he's just been like more consistent. Obviously, he's never really going to be the type of like what's it called? He's never really going to be the type of player in like the build up that Saliba is in terms of like passing and like dribbling out from the back and that kind of stuff, or being like the player that like gets the ball first from the goalkeeper. But I do think he's held his own this year, though. Held his own this year. I do also. I think with Gabriel versus Saliba, he's probably been the one to kind of offer like I don't say more assurance, but been like the more calming presence this year, which is a bit funny because he's usually been throughout the time he's been at Arsenal. At least I've noticed he's usually been the one that does a lot of the error prone stuff. So it is a bit funny to see from an aspect. He hasn't gotten a red card this year. Uh, he is good in terms of like blocking shots. He doesn't really get drilled past often either. So those are the kind of things I like about him. In terms of things I don't like about him, I think he could be better in terms of like contesting tackles. I think he'd be better in terms of like those aerial duels, which is kind of crazy because he is like 6'3". So but I do think I'm being a bit nitpicky in that sense as well. So overall this year, I'd probably put him at putting in work. That's where I'd have him. For Saliba, I'd probably have him at putting in work as well. Um, I do think in terms of Saliba, right? Like kind of the things that I know earlier. He's Arsenal's main center back on the ball in terms of dribbling. He's usually the more aggressive out of him and Saliba. I mean, no, him and Gabriel. Usually, obviously, he has been playing more often than Gabriel has, and which I do think is a good thing because last year and the year prior we knew kind of about his injury woes as well. I think with Saliba, he has been generally steady. I'd probably say that like he probably wasn't as good towards like that middle portion of the season. Obviously, that coincided with like a little bit of an injury for him, as well as kind of like I think when Arsenal started to peter out a little bit in terms of performances. Um, but overall, I'd still say he's been really good for Arsenal this year. Although I'd probably also say that this has probably been his weakest season since Arsenal have become title contenders. So I still haven't put in work, but definitely not been his best. I definitely don't think he's been in his best form this year compared to what he showcased at Arsenal the year prior and not last year and the year prior to that. Okay, next up, Calafiori. So this is the guy they brought in from Bologna. I'm not really sure what to think of this guy because he kind of similar to like Harvey Elliott. The guy has been played like everywhere: center back, left back. Sometimes they've tossed him up, in the front to make random runs. The dude scored one of the most beautiful finishes I've ever seen against PSV and got an assist for some reason. Honestly, he just hasn't really played that much. So I don't really have much to say about him. The last time the guy has played a 90-minute match was the beginning of January, and the last time before that was like in October. So he's only played two 90-minute matches since October. And if you look for like the entire season, the guy has only played, like if I were to around a little bit, do some funky math, so to speak, the guy's only played like 7 90s, like 7 actual games of 90 minutes, 7 full games. So, I don't really have much to say. So I'm just going to say for now, like, I don't know, maybe decent. I do think part of that has also just been because of the emergence of, Miles Lewis Skelly. I think he just probably offers more to that Arsenal buildup than Calafiori does in terms of like his on the ball work, how strong he is in possession, the passing range, the calmness in the final third to like make good decisions. So I think it kind of creates like also like an interesting uh, dilemma for Calafiori in terms of what he's going to be doing next year, because obviously he has to deal with what's it called? Saliba, Gabriel at center back, Lewis Skelly. I was going to say Zinchenko, but that dude has not played in a minute. Left back, but I'll probably have him at decent player because I can't really think of anything that he's done poorly either, which I do think is fine, especially when you haven't been playing like that much to begin with. Next we have Ben White, who I'm not gonna lie, I literally forgot this dude existed for a second because bro has been a ghost. He's only played like 24 games this season. He played against Bournemouth and he did not look particularly good. I feel like for Ben White, it's kind of come to a point now where I don't know if Arsenal need his type of player anymore. Which I do think might is that a bit harsh? Uh, maybe I could be kind of overplaying the cards a little bit in terms of my opinion on him. So I'm not gonna pretend like what I have to say about him is set in stone. But I mean, honestly, like I just haven't seen much of it. Um, like he missed like a good amount of time between November and January, and I would argue that like bro hasn't played that well. I mean, is that really his fault? No, because it's kind of hard to maintain consistency, right? Like when you're not getting good minutes, but I mean, it is what it is. So I would say, so yeah, I've had like a good but not good this season. That's where I would put him. So, but I'm gonna say he's still an above average player, so I'll probably put him here for now. Uh, Julian Timber. So what I like about this guy is honestly, I think that his easily his best trait has been his 1v1 defending. Like the dude knows how to not get dribbled past my players. Obviously, Crowder had him a bit shook um, earlier in the PSG time, but I do think he did really well overall, given what he had to do in terms of the caliber of players he was defending against by himself. Uh, I think with Timber is, you know, overall, like I said, I think he's been good. Like, I think he's been very good, to be honest. Um, I probably just say that for him, right? Like you're kind of looking at what's it called? You're kind of looking at what does this club need versus what does he offer? I don't know if what I'm saying makes like any sense. Like he's not the best going forward, which is kind of important, especially when you have a player like Bukayo Saka there, right? Um, but what he offers in terms of defensive stability, is he still worth playing? You know what I mean? So I think from that standpoint, it's kind of just a matter of like figuring out how you want to balance things. I would say generally though, like as a fullback, he's been honestly, I'd probably say like okay. I think he's been fine. Defensively, I think he's really good. Like I said, um, he, and I do one thing I do like about him is he doesn't try to like overexert his abilities, right? Like I already talked about how I'm not that big of a believer on him and like offensively, but he's not going to try to force offensive actions just to like I don't know prove a point or um like to the detriment of the team. So I would say overall I'd probably put him in really good. Um I feel that's fair for him. Uh Miles Lewis Skelly. I think he's been really good for the time that he's been playing, especially given his age. I'd probably put him in big potential. I do think he needs to iron out some of his defensive lapses in terms of like getting silly red cards or putting himself in situations to get some bad calls that can cost the team. I think, especially against like Real Madrid, I thought he was really good. Even against PSG, I thought he was fine as well. Um, and again, given how young he is, I definitely think that like there is, there is like he's going to be probably like one of the best players in his position in a couple years. Um, and I do think I think time will tell for him, to be honest. But no, but I've definitely been really impressed with him, especially given kind of like the roles he's been asked to take up, because he hasn't just been like a conventional left back. He's obviously had to play like inverted as well, which it requires like a higher level of baseline technically to do, and he's been able to match up to that. So I do think that's definitely impressive. Um, and yeah, so I'm definitely going to put him in a big potential. I think that's fair. Next we have Partey, and I'm in a bit of two minds about him, because I think when he plays as a midfielder, he's fine. But then when he's been asked to play as a fullback, he kind of gets exposed, right? Because then he has to manage, because like the type of situations you have to manage as a fullback, versus as a midfielder, or is like completely different, right? Like when you're a fullback, you have like a lot of the things that you're doing is a lot more isolated to like a 1v1 situation. It's usually going to be you and the winger, right? Mano a mano. You're not really going to get much help from the dude surrounding you, right? Like when you receive the ball, when he's not, let's say he's not playing inverted, right, and he receives the ball on the right, your passing angles are going to be limited because you don't have both sides of the field to use. If you can't like run at great distances with the ball, then if you want to like try overlapping or something, you're not going to be as useful. So like there's a lot more of a different role as in terms of playing fullback versus playing center mid, and I definitely don't think he's looking at center mid at all, to be honest with you. I think of like the game against Aston Villa that comes to mind like immediately. Even against PSG this past week, I thought he was somewhat pedestrian as well. But so overall, I think I'm going to put him in above average, because again, I wish there was like a great Panaga this season, but there isn't. Declan Rice. Okay, these next two, I'm going to make this pretty straightforward. I'm going to put them in. Going to put him in really good. I think when he does well. What he doesn't do well is like it comes at a big detriment to the team in terms of like his inability to turn and receive at an elite level, and how that kind of, I think, hinders Arsenal's ability to really cut through teams when they're getting pressed. I think that this becomes an issue partly because looking at their midfield, right, like they have to invert a fullback to compensate for that. Odegaard has to drop deep more and more often, and deeper than he would probably want your 10 to be, to compensate for that. So I think, in that sense, it probably hinders the team. But then you also kind of look at what he can do going forward, right? You think about the game against Madrid, scoring 2 free kicks. You think about his ability to drive into space, which I definitely think is really good, which actually played a part in that third goal that Arsenal scored against Madrid. You think about the fact that he can take corners. He's a good aerial threat as well. So there's definitely still like a lot of good uses to get out of Declan Rice. But I think it's one of those things where it's like, what he does well might be really good. But then, how are we going to leverage that versus what he might not do so well, right? So that's probably what I would go at. That's probably what I would keep in mind. And obviously, right, you think about his ability to win the ball back too. There's just like a lot of things to keep in mind on both fronts in terms of the good to bad scale of what you're getting with Declan. And then Odegaard, honestly, I think with Odegaard this season, he's probably just been. Okay, I think you have to obviously factor in the injury. I've always kind of been of the belief that I don't think Odegaard's a 10. I think he works better as an 8. And I do think also asking your 10 to basically play as an 8 while also being your main chance creator, I think is a recipe for disaster. You kind of just like, because you're basically asking him to be in two places at once. And I do think this also is part of the reason why Arsenal fans get on him when he doesn't like, you know, make those risky passes or do certain things that you might see from like Bruno Fernandes, for example. Because I think he just kind of has that in the back of his mind that like he's going to be doing a lot of build up too. So maybe that could also rub off on the way he wants to play 10, where he might just go safe. Where maybe when he doesn't need to. But I think another thing that I have with him in particular is um, I think he, especially for like this era, like I don't particularly like the way he drives the ball. Um, he's not particularly quick, and specifically his ball carrying has never really been something that's impressed me. And this is part of the reason why I would want to play him at an 8 as opposed to 10, because then I feel like it just wouldn't be as big of a problem if he played there compared to when he plays as an 8, right? I think that when it comes to Odegaard, what he does well is not things that are necessary for his role, but still necessary for the team. Like I think if you had like a midfield of like Rice, Odegaard, and then like another player to play 10, maybe like a Cherky or a Verts or Palmer. Not that they're gonna get Cole Palmer, but you know what I'm saying. Or just a player that is like a chance creation machine. I think what Odegaard does well would be appreciated, um, like way more. That's kind of my opinion. I don't know if maybe I'm being too harsh on him. Um, if I'm not being harsh enough, right? So you kind of have to like think about how you want to balance these things when you're really like, because you have to like when you're really trying to like put these into context. So I'd probably say he is a great player, but I don't know if I would say he's been good for this season, like relative to what you would expect from him. I feel like that's fair, but I don't know if I'm being a bit harsh. But that's kind of where I'm at um, with him. All right. Who do we got next? We have Saka, who I'm gonna put in the putting in work territory. I think he's been easily been Arsenal's best player this season, and I do think that if he were to have played more games, I think he had a potential to get into this like top category over here. I really do think that injury in December robbed him of that. The thing that always impressed me about Saka is just kind of how um how high his footballing IQ is. Like seriously, the dude. Every time I watch him, I feel like the dude never really makes the wrong decision. And when you consider that he's still like 23, I know he's gonna be 24 soon. It's really impressive. When you kind of see, like, especially like that evolution. He obviously went from like a fullback to a wing back to a winger, even though obviously like he started out as a winger. You think about his willingness to track back and how much work he does in putting in shifts like that. You think about his ability to create chances pretty much like at will. It feels like you think about even like his improved ball striking this season. I definitely have to put him again and putting in work. Like I said, I think if he had gotten a chance to really like play through like that busy period, his performances would have reflected that. I still think he's been really good this year. I just really think, since he's gotten back from his injury, I think he's been clutch in terms of like, popping up when his team needs him. But I wouldn't say he's back at that same level he was before he had gotten injured. Right, like the dude had just scored a hat trick against a good Monaco team. He put on a really good performance against Everton, and then obviously he had the Crystal Palace game in the FA Cup, which is where he got injured. So, these are just things to think about. And also my correction, sorry, he didn't get a hat trick against Monaco. It was 2 goals and an assist. But again, the guy kind of just goes to my point in terms of like how good the guy's been this season. Okay, next up we have Martinelli. Okay, I might fly through some of these because my opinion on them is relatively quick. I think he's been mid this year. I think he's been decent this year. Specifically, he's been a good goal scorer, which is a bit sad because I think he actually probably could have gone to 20 goals, breaking the 20 goal barrier if he didn't get injured. Built his kind of like his overall game, I would say, has been kind of hit or miss. If I were to be completely transparent, but I do think generally he's been fine. Obviously, we already know what he brings in terms of like the pressing, the aerial presence, kind of the good link up play, depending on like, what you need. He's still Arsenal's top goal scorer, which is impressive because the guy's literally not played since he's not played since January, since early February. And like I said, I think he's gone like 15 goals, 4 assists. So I definitely think he could have broken 20 goals. So it's unfortunate for him. Merino, I'm going to put him in above average. I think, he started the season slow. I thought he was starting to adjust to his role. I think what he's really good at is, being aggressive, tackling. He has good industry. That's what I like about him. He even was starting to adjust to playing the striker role that Arteta asked from him. So I think his versatility has been really important for them as well. So I would definitely put him in above average. Trossard, I put in decent player. I think he's obviously like a bench player, so he's usually coming on and has the benefit of dealing with players with tired legs. But he is also Arsenal's like second top goal scorer this season, along with Martinelli actually. So maybe I'm being a bit harsh on Martinelli, but I just feel like his season arc has been a lot lower for the most part. Like I feel like I can think of good Trossard performances a lot easier, or maybe he's just been like more consistent throughout the year. And obviously he's doing this while being on the bench, so there's obviously that's something that I always have to keep in mind when comparing like Trossard and Martinelli. But I also do think Trossard's playmaking has been better as well. So I do also think he's been like a better presser. In terms of dribbling, I think he's been better too. So I'd definitely still put him a whole tier above him. But I don't know. Maybe I feel like I was being maybe a bit too harsh on Martinelli though. Nick Pope. Honestly, I'm not really sure what to make of him, to be honest with you. Like, I feel like he's been fine. I can't really remember anything that he's done wrong. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and act like I watch how a Newcastle game is in my spare time, because I definitely don't. Um, but I think he's been fine. Like, that's what I would say. But I'm also not comfortable enough to just like pretend like I remember his performances well like that either. I mean, even just kind of like looking at him from like a statistical point of view, like 8 clean sheets. Um, Look at the expected goals on target he's faced. It lines up pretty well with his goals that he's conceded. So he seems like he's been fine. Like he hasn't really done anything spectacular, but he, again, not been like a terrible player either. So I'm going to put him like indecent. Um, really haven't watched. I don't really remember any good performances by him. Livramento, I actually do think has been pretty good this year. Same with Longstaff as well. Uh, Bruno G. I think he's been good as well. Joelinton has been fine. Tonali has been really good. I'd probably put him in. What's it called? I'd probably put him in really good. Gordon has been decent. I definitely think he's slowed down a bit. Harvey Barnes has been injured for a lot of the time this year. Murphy, I think, has been playing above his level, but I don't really rate him that high. Isak has definitely been putting in work this year. That honestly kind of goes without saying. And I'm looking at Nottingham Forest. I think that Murillo has been really good. Same thing with Morgan Gibbs White. I'd probably put him in. And I really wish there was like a tier between above average and really good. But I'd probably put him, if I were to like really try to like hover between these two, I'd probably put him here because I feel like it'd be harsh to put him like, a tier above the Newcastle guys as well. Lenga, I thought has been really good, but again, relative to his own standards. Chris Wood, I feel like has been good, but his goal scoring's also slowed down considerably. But I will probably put him in above average. Okay, next we have Levi Colwell, who I think has been fine. His performances, I feel like kind of ebb and flow from like really good to like ooh. Um, and I feel like it kind of just averages out like decent to above average. Cucurella, I'd probably put in the same boat as well. Gusto this year, I'd probably say has been slightly just decent. Enzo, if the season had started in November, I probably go as far as to put him in really good. But he didn't look particularly good in the beginning of the season. I won't lie. So I'll probably put him in above average. Caicedo's easily been putting in work. Like I'm sorry, like I have no. See, okay, he has been putting in work, but I wouldn't put him a whole tier above Declan Rice. So I'll probably just put him in really good as well. Cole Palmer, I'd probably put in great but not good this season. Obviously, you know about his struggles in terms of goal scoring. Like again, for him, if the season ended in December, he's going in. He's going in. You might be going here or here. Definitely here at least, but maybe even there. But obviously, unfortunately, the season had like another 6 months. Sancho, I put in decent. He looks good when he comes on. And Cuckoo, I think, is a decent player, but he definitely hasn't been showcasing it this year. Nicholas Jackson, I'd put in. I I'd probably put him in decent. I think he's been a fair bit better than these two. I feel like he's probably been on the same level as everybody else on here, but then I feel like maybe I just didn't, what's it called? Maybe I didn't like, what's it called? Because maybe I feel like I should put it kind of higher now, because I definitely think he's been better than Nicholas Jackson, Kunku, and kind of the rest of the players here. So I'll probably put it like this. But then, we'll figure it out. I just have to kind of like, I kind of have to filter this, when we actually make this list. What's it called? Next we have Ederson. I think he's been poor this year. This is what I'm gonna do. If we had that, I'm gonna put this. Sorry, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put this here. Do I have this right? Okay. And then I'm going to add another row. And I'm going to put good, but has been bad this season. I think this is probably the best thing we can do. So I would put Ederson here. I feel like this is a fair place to put Ederson. And with that being said, I might have to move a fair bit of these pieces around. I would say the same thing with Kieran Trippier. I would say, is there anybody else I put here? I put Ben White here. Am I being harsh on anybody else? Okay. I think I'm fine with this. Actually, I'd probably put in Cuckoo there too, to be honest. All right. I think this is fair. Oh, wait, but this is, sorry. I actually accidentally got the wrong person. This is Ruben Diaz. I put him in great, but not good this season. Because I feel like he was basically injured for like the first half of the year. And then by the time he came back, this is when like the ship fully sank. And he was basically trying to like do a patch job to fix it that he obviously couldn't do. But I'm not really going to give him crap for that because the team as a whole looked shambolic defensively before he got back. And I do think it'd be incredibly harsh to expect one man coming back from injury to be able to fix that. So I think just based off of that, I'm probably going to put him in, what's it called? Great, but not good this season. I feel that's the fair way. I feel that's the fairest way to do that. Okay, next up we have Ederson. Now, see, this is who I actually made this thing for. Ederson, we're putting good, but has been bad this season. Yeah, you wish you were great, but not good this season. I'm saying below par because I feel like not good is the wrong phrasing. Good, but below par. This is great, but below par this season. Akanji, yeah, same thing. But like Akanji, I feel like it's probably been, if you ask me at least, like the best of the bad defenders. But I don't think that says much about him, though. Vardio, I think, has been fine. Like, basically, the thing with Vardio is offensively, he's been good. Defensively, he's been decent. But then he just has some, like, really, really bad moments. I think about that Tottenham game. I think about the second leg against Real Madrid. I think he was getting cooked against Brighton and the game against Nottingham Forest as well. So I don't know. The thing with him is he's generally fine, but then he'll just kind of like do shit in like the most inopportune time. And then it's kind of like, okay, well, damn, like I can't really give you that much props now, right? So I feel like with that, with that being said, I'd probably just, because I'm having a lot of trouble figuring out where I'd want to put him based off of what I've just said. Um, I'm really trying to think. Here. Okay, if you think about his bad games, he was bad against Arsenal. He was bad against Madrid. He was poor against Aston Villa in December. Poor against PSG as well. So these are a lot of like the critical moments against like the good teams. He's poor against Nottingham, poor against New Tottenham. He was bad against Feyenoord. How could I forget about that funny ass game as well? Okay, I think, man, I'd probably say above average because like it hasn't been like because basically it hasn't been like prolonged levels of bad play, but like when he just plays bad, it just does not look good. So I'm gonna say above average. Rico Lewis, he's looking mid this year. I'm not gonna lie. Kovacic, he's looked just decent. He's past it. I'm not gonna lie. He's past it this year, and I hyped him up horrendously before the season started. Same thing with Bernardo Silva as well. He's finished, but like even though finished, KDB is still an above average player. He still has like insane playmaking numbers. Like he's still come with like good moments. I'm trying to think what I feel like he had like a really good game this season against a particular team, but I cannot remember off the top of my head right now. Grealish, yeah, the less we said about him, the better. Doku, I would put him in like decent. Savio, I think has a lot of potential. Foden, I put him in great but not good this season. He had like a good like vein of form in January where he was just beat up on a bunch of bad teams, but then he hasn't really had any sustained level of like actual good play for this year. I mean, it is what it is. Haaland, I mean, the guy has still scored 30 goals in 40 matches this year, despite basically not. I don't even know what to say with him. I probably still put him in like really good, just based off of that alone. Um, it's crazy because I remember when he started the season, bro, the dude had freaking 10 goals in like 3 matches, and I thought he was about to tweak. I thought that was what was about to happen. I thought he was about to violate this season. So obviously that hasn't happened. He's definitely looked poor, especially in matches where KDB hasn't played. I think probably since like the first like 3 weeks, probably like his best game was probably say it's like Leicester. I feel that's fair. I know obviously he scored against Madrid. I don't remember if he scored against PSG. But it's like again, like I'd be very, I feel like it'd be very short sighted to call a dude that scored 30 goals anything below like really good. Like I feel like I just have to keep making tiers like what like up to par but not outstanding or some crap like that. I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna put him in really good. Marmouche, I think for his City stint. Okay, if we do this overall. So like overall, I would probably put Marmouche in really good. And I think that's what I might do because this is for the season, right? Um, Ugh. Man, this is really annoying. Yeah, I think I might still just do that because I mean, obviously, you got a hat trick against, I think it was Nottingham Forest or Newcastle. I think it was either one of those clubs. He was doing work, putting in work in the Champions League as well as, or sorry, in the Europa League, as well as the Bundesliga for Frankfurt, and then with City as well. So overall for the season, the dude has 27 goals and 14 assists. And it's a bit funny because I feel like now a lot of what he was doing is going to be forgotten about because of kind of the nonsense that's been going on at City. But um, no, I think overall though, I still definitely, yeah, I probably still put him in really good because I'm not going to let the bad City stint kind of mess up what he was doing the first half of the year. Because the first half of the year, he was looking like he was trying to challenge Salah for the one of the goats of the season. Um, Onana, just straight up, just bad. He's not been good this year, bro. I think you might have to just make like a bad category. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna make a bad. I'm gonna make a bad. I'm gonna make a bad category. I think we need one, bro. Actually, I made it a different one. Bad/trash, and I'm gonna put Nana here. I'm gonna put Grealish here. I might. I think that's fair. I think that's fair. Delic. I actually think he's been fine. But like I would generally put him above average, but I think United has been so trash. I can't do that. Maguire I put in mid. Yor I think has lots of potential. I think especially for like the last month, I think he's been really good, and I'd probably even consider him to be one of United's like best players. Which again is not a high bar to clear at the moment. Um, and he's still only 19, so he has like lots of growing up to do in terms of really how to really develop into the role that Manchester United uh, see for him. But I think in terms of what he's been doing in build up, how he's been defending, like whether 1v1 or like in a group with the other players, I definitely think he's uh, been much improved considerably in all those areas. I definitely think Real Madrid probably missed not actually having him because obviously they were in for him before United ended up getting him from Nice. And I think it's even more impressive when you consider that the dude was literally out until like November. So, and doing that at the age of what I want to say 19, 19, 20? At the age of 19. So, Maserati, I think, has been fine. I never think, funny enough, I actually think he was better under Ten Hag than he's been on Amarin, just because obviously the way Amarin has used him has been like as a center back because he's probably been one of their best players in build up, which again is not saying much. As a wing back, I just think he doesn't have like the PNP to really make it work in the same way that he did as a fullback. Because at least when he was a fullback, he wasn't really forced into balling up in the wide areas as much, and he also wasn't isolated more against wingers 1v1, which kind of like shows like more of his weaknesses in terms of like being probably more flat-footed than he would like, slow and that kind of stuff. But Ugarte, trash. I think he's been poor overall. I'd probably say Customer has been decent. Basically, in games where like he's not being pressed to death, he's been fine. In games where he has been, it's looked a bit scary. Funny enough, I also just think he's generally been way better in the Europa League than in the Premier League, and I think part of that, like to a point I was making earlier, just because the games have been slower. So that's probably the main reason I'm going to put him in decent player. Even though at the age of 33, bro finished as well. I'm not gonna lie, but it is what it is. So we have Bruno Fernandes, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Up until like 2 months ago, it was looking scary, but like I he's just been turning up on nowhere. I can't even hate. I can't even hate, to be honest with you. So I probably putting in that work. That's probably where I put him at, to be honest. Garnacho, I just put him in mid. I feel like it'd be harsh to put him down here. Ahmad, I put in really good. I put him in really good. Kobe Minu, I put him in above average. I think he's been struggling for game time. I probably put him in big potential, to be honest. But he has been struggling for game time though. And I do think part of that has just been like because a lot of what he does on the ball, Emery isn't looking for. Like he's definitely more of like a ball carrier type of midfielder. That likes to play at their own pace than like a midfielder that's just looking to get like predestined like passing angles and passing sequences built out for him. He still pops up with like some timely goals like against Lyon. But he just hasn't really had the consistency of minutes to really push on this year. But he's still really young. He's only 20 years old. So, I definitely think. So I definitely still think he's going to be a really good player in the future. The Zerk, I'm going to put him in. I'm going to put him in mid only because his goal, like he's actually like really good on the ball. Like his technical ability is really good, but like basically, his goal scoring is just not good enough for me to justify putting him in decent. To be honest, like if the guy even had like north of like 7 or 8 goals, I might consider it. Let me just even check just to make sure that I'm not being too low because I don't think the guy scored anywhere near enough to not, look at him sideways. Yeah, he's only on 7, and he's played in like 48 matches, which is a lot, like an absurd amount. Horland has been trash. Romero basically been injured. Madison. The game that stands out to me is the game against City. I feel like Madison's been one of those players that's been really in and out of the team. I think when he plays, he's still really been one of like the main creative players. But I don't know. Like he still has really good ball striking. Like I really like James Madison, and I was annoyed when when he went to Tottenham instead of Chelsea. But I don't know. I don't know what to think of him this year because Obviously, Tottenham have lost a lot of games, but that obviously also has way more to do with their lackluster defense than a poor attack. That's something to keep in mind as well. I think he has been one of those players that's probably just been consistent for the most part. Um, and I think it's probably just one of those things where it's like an out of sight, out of mind type of thing. Um, but no, I think generally he's been fine. Like I think he's been fine for the most part. I think, um, especially in the Premier League, I think he's been. I'd probably put him like probably put him like above average. I feel like above average is fair. Next we got the Pigeon himself, Richarl Eason, which is still a very weird name for a Brazilian man. He hasn't really played that much. Like the dude has been all over the place. He's been injured a lot in September, November, March. Like he's kind of just getting back into form, getting back into like the shape of things. So I feel like it would just be really harsh to give him any type of ranking. Uh, okay, I don't know, man. The way they organize these dudes is really freaking weird. I'm not gonna hold you. And oh my gosh, I still have a good amount of players to get through. Okay, next up we got Aston Villa. So we're looking at Emiliano Martinez. Um, uh, I don't really know. I think it's been okay. Like, I think it's been fine. I don't really have much to say on him. Like, I can't really think of any games where I'm like, damn, like he really saved Villa's bacon today. But I think for the most part, he's been good. The only game I can really think of where I thought he was doing nonsense was I think there was like a game they played against West Ham. Uh, yeah, it was like a game that they played against West Ham. But I mean, obviously, you think about the game against Crystal Palace in the FA Cup, he was a bit poor. You think about against Man City, like probably could have done better for goals there too. His passing was alright. I mean, I don't know. I don't have much. I just don't really have much to say on him. That's probably I'd probably say that's probably been like his worst attribute is like the long passing could be better, but like I mean, am I really gonna like harp on that for a goalkeeper? Should I harp on that for a goalkeeper? Probably not. So I think he's just been fine. I'd probably just put him in decent. Uh, I think that's supposed to be Pau Torres. I hope that's Pau Torres. I actually can't really tell by looking at him. I'm gonna assume that's Pau Torres. He's been not good. Like I'll be very honest. Like I think he's been all right. like there's not really a lot of games that stand out to me in a good way. I definitely think he was like I would definitely say he was better last year. Um, and then I would also say too is he has been injured for quite a bit as well. So he's missed a good amount of game time. So when you kind of think about these things, I think is like you think about kind of the main. I would say probably like the main thing he's been poor at this year has been like aerially. Uh, but to be fair, he's never really been good aerially to begin with, so it's not really a stick to beat him over with, specifically in the context of this year. You probably would want him to not foul as much either, but I don't really think he has much of a choice in that. When you consider like how slow he is and how high of a line Villa play, um, in terms of like build up stuff, he's like slightly average in terms of like passing and passing accuracy, which is like pretty funny when you consider he's Spanish, but so you would expect like better and build up play from him, but I probably just put him in like I probably put him decent, but I would definitely say he's been significantly worse this year than he was last year. Uh, Next we have Amadou Onana, who I do think has been good this year. I think he started off the year. I remember I think he got a goal against. I want to say his former club in Everton, but I'm not gonna. Please do not hold me to that. Um, I think he's been fine for like the most part. Like he's done what he's needed to do in terms of breaking up play. Um, in terms of picking the right moments to do certain things. Like he's not really gonna over dribble. He doesn't pass the ball a lot. His background is fairly solid. Um, he's obviously elite in terms of dual winning, aerially, getting interceptions. Um, not being hard to dribble past. So like he's good at the things that you need him to be, but he doesn't really have uh like anything extra to like really put him over the line into like that next echelon of like players, if that makes sense. So he's fine. He's a DM that can break up play and distribute the ball to the better on ball players. That's his job. That's what he's there for. That's what he will give you. He's not going to give you anything extra. Like he's not really going to be giving you anything extra, which, to be fair, is fine. Like not every player is going to be freaking like you know Sergio Busquets or Rodri or something like that. Um, so I probably put him like above average because I do think because I'm still really high on him in terms of like especially in terms of like his defensive actions. I think that's probably been like that's his highest asset. So so next up on the list we have John McGinn. Um, for him, I think. Let's see. This year, he turned 30. Um, he's obviously been at Villa for a long time. He's like one of those players like they really like steady Eddie type of players. Um, And I think, relative to, last year, I think he slowly dropped a level a little bit, but I don't really think he's what's it called? I don't really think he's doing much worse. What I would probably say is that, you know, in terms of like his offensive actions, he's definitely dropped a good step, a good amount, to be honest. Um, defensively, I would say you're kind of looking at. I'd probably say he's lost a yard of pace, to be honest. Like I think defensively and offensively, he's not really offering the same type of like quality that he did last year. I'd probably say that's been like the main thing with him. I think generally for like the most part, he's been decent. Like I don't think he's done anything particularly amazing. Nor do I think he's really looked like crap either. So yeah, I feel like decent player is the way to go for him. Okay, next up we got Yuri Tillemans, who actually I do think has been pretty fucking good. I would be honest with you. I think he's been easily one of Villa's best players this season. I like between him, Morgan Rogers. Um, I can really go either way in terms of who I think has been better for Villa this season. I think about a lot of the things that he does well. Like I think especially with the incorporation of Amadou Onana into the squad, it's really freed him up to um, be more advanced, more consistently, which I do think has worked to his advantage. Um, like he's not really being like pigeonholed to play on any specific side of the field, which is kind of one of those things that he was forced to do at Leicester. Like at Leicester, he was very much like a right half space um, type of player, and I think that his play has really reflected the any kind of the improved steelness of the midfield. Like he's taking more shots per game. He's getting more shots on target. His playmaking is up. His chance creation is up. His dribbling's up. His long balls are up. And even with that being said, he's also putting in more work in terms of defensive actions. He's always been good technically, good touch. So yeah, I would probably put him as Villa's best player. And I think with that being said, I would honestly go as high as really good. Okay, I think maybe I should change these names because really good. I feel like I'm downplaying a lot of what these dudes have been doing. So I think what I'm going to say is elite performers. I think that's probably a better way to put it. Elite performers. And then world class performers. I feel like is that fair? World class performers. There we go. Yeah. So now I don't feel weird because it's like really good. Just like a really weird downplay of kind of what's been going on with the players in this group, and I didn't particularly like it. So I think I like this phrasing better. Hold on, let me just. I might have to. All right, sorry about that. Okay, I think we have still a lot of players to get through. Oh my word! Yeah, there's no point. Okay, you know what? Screw it, yeah. Let's do some speed rounds. We can get to players I like. You want to talk about Morgan Rogers? I'm gonna put above average. I think his ball carrying is like easily his best trait. His ball striking, um, it's fine, serviceable. I think his goal scoring has been really good this year. He's really strong, uh, decent in the air. But I definitely think is the main thing that's been um, his main asset has been the ability to play make through his ball carrying. I think that's easily his most adaptable trait. Not adaptable, his most world class trait, so to speak. Um, but like I wouldn't say, yeah, I feel like above average is like fair. I would still probably put Tielemans as the better performer this season. Um, but I mean, I think it's still fine though. Like I still think he's been really good, and he still obviously has like a lot of time to improve because he's only 20. He's only 22 years of age. Um, see next, Ollie Watkins. I think he's been very hit or miss. Like goal scoring wise, he might actually be pretty good this year. Let me see how many goals he scored. He scored 17 goals and had 13 assists. So I think just off of that, I have to put him in above average because that would be plus 30 G would be incredibly disrespectful if I didn't. But he should have way more goals than he does. I'm gonna be very honest with you. Like the dude misses a lot, and it is actually absurd. So like, I think he's like it's gone. Like I think there's a reason why. Like despite how high his numbers have been, there has been times where Unai Emery's taken him out for Gone Asensio and Marcus Rashford, and in the Champions League in particular, one goal in their entire Champions League campaign, and mind you, Villa played like 12 matches, is pretty disgustingly diabolical. I'm going to be very honest with you. But again, 17, 13 overall, like I can't really diss that. So I'm going to put him in above average. Asensio, I think his start to Villa was really good. Like it was blistering, so to speak. I don't think he's really pushed on from that. But I'm willing to put him above average though. Marcus Rashford, I'm going to put him in decent. I think he's been decent for Villa, and I think that's probably a more accurate representation of his quality as a player. I think this is Luka Dean. I should know. bro, I can't really tell who this is. I'm not gonna lie, so I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I know. I don't know who that is either. I feel like I should. Okay, this is Bentakai. Um, when it comes to Tottenham, yeah, has he even played? Because I'm really trying to think about it. I don't remember seeing much of him this season. So he's played for you one time. So now I don't really know if I don't really know how much um I don't know if me not being able to think of what he's really done a lot is says something good or something bad about him. Um what I would say is that I think I think he's been okay. You know, you think about what he's there to do. You know, bro's here to intercept the ball, pass, and maybe pop up with an occasional goal. And I think he's done a decent enough job at that. The thing that kind of gets me about him is he has such a high influence, or at least Tottenham played through him a lot. But I don't know if what he does overall, especially on the ball, reflects someone that should get as many touches as he does in matches, right? Like he gets like 76 touches and he doesn't have like amazing playmaking. Nor is he doing like crazy goal scoring numbers for even for like a midfielder. So it's like, I don't know what you're really doing with all this time on the ball. Defensively, he's like surprisingly pretty good in the air, which I'll give him credit for it. But he's just 6'2" at the same time, which he is deceptively tall because I didn't realize he was that tall. Um, he's getting in terms of interceptions. Like, so he's good defensively, or he's good in like chaotic games. Like, I feel like that's the kind of vibe he gives me. I feel like he's one of those players that like when the game's chaotic, when everyone needs to be everywhere, but no one's anywhere. That's the kind of games he thrives in. Um, so I think with that being said, great. The stream has been going on for a while. I have to. I'm getting some bit of a technical difficulty, so I might have to like leave and come back, please. So I just give Oh yeah, sorry, I apologize about that. I don't really know what's going on. Actually, in fact, hold on. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm just gonna leave. I'm gonna leave where we're at. I just have to like use the bathroom real quick. Hold on, me. Just like put it on the share on my screen where we were at. You guys let me know what you guys think about. Yeah, I should make like a I'll be right back screen. I feel like that'd be kind of cool. All right, I am back, guys. I apologize about that. We are. I'm not gonna lie, because I'm trying to think of if I should change the stream title, like the stream. If I should finish it up, see if I still feel like going, and then change it. To be honest, I can kind of go either way on that. Yeah, so this is kind of where we left off at. Um, so I think I said Bentancur, good defensively, decent passer, but has way too much influence for given like how much stuff he's like not doing in terms of like the creativity. In terms of the consistency of his performances, I would say he's been like okay. For the most part. But so I'd probably put him at like, but like his version of like okay, it's like decent player. Like I feel like decent player is fair for him. Now Kluva. Wow, man, his name is really not trying to pronounce. Kulusevski, I think has been like easily Tottenham's best player. I do think he was like significantly better. Towards at the beginning of the season, towards like that, like January, February window. I mean, obviously he picked up like an injury. I think since he's gotten back, he has definitely looked more disappointing. Obviously he's trying to like play through the comeback from injury. They've also had like a really hard schedule in that time span as well. Like they played Liverpool, they played Forest, they played Frankfurt, Palace as well. So it's another thing to keep in mind. But before that, yeah, I think he was well on his way to being like above average, and I think I'd still put him there because I definitely think he's been Tom's best player. I just think that like for like right now, if he can have like a strong end to the season, then I think he would firmly be in that above average kind of like area. But I definitely do think like what he was doing, at the beginning of the season, he looked like he was going to do something crazy. So yeah, so I think it's kind of between him and Madison in terms of who has been or who will be Tottenham's like player of the season this year. Okay, next up we got Heung-min Son, who I'm not gonna lie, he's definitely starting to look his age. I'm not gonna hold you. He still has 22 GA this season, which is pretty impressive. He's gonna be 33 in July. Yes, I think the thing with Son is, I think the thing I'd probably give Son generally is, I think he has been. I think out of the Tottenham players, he's probably been like the lowest, like the highest floor. And so like when he looks, it's like on his bad days, I think he's probably looked better than a lot of other players in Tottenham's bad days. But I just don't think he's also done enough to be a standout more times than not when Tottenham are actually playing well. When Tottenham have actually played well this season, I think probably like his best performance this season for Tottenham is probably coming against Hoffenheim in the Europa League. He got a brace, or maybe against it's probably between Hoffenheim, Southampton, or Ipswich, which obviously is not. Or probably even Brentford because he got 2 assists against Brentford as well, and that Brentford are actually like a significantly a better performing team than any of the teams I just listed out right now. But I think just for the most part, like it's just been one of those things where he just hasn't really been on top of it the way he usually is. And I do think it's like an age thing. Like his goal scoring is taking a dip, his XG is taking a dip as well. So it's like he's not even able to get himself in those positions to score in the first place. And then you kind of just look at his playmaking is still pretty decent. His chance creation is still pretty good. His dribbling is like gone down, but again, I wouldn't expect him to have the dribbling at his age. In terms of his pressing is like falling off of a cliff. So you're looking at a guy that can still give you like good performances when it's going well. You're looking at a guy that can still finish when he actually gets an opportunity to score. Now the question is now, like, can he get himself in those positions to score in the first place? Which, unfortunately, right now the answer is looking like a no. So you kind of, when you kind of like factor all those things, right? You kind of think about everything in totality. I'd probably have to put him at like. I'd probably still put him. I'd probably still put him as like probably like Tottenham's third, fourth, fifth best player, like somewhere between there. I don't think he has a. I don't think he has an argument over Madison or Kulusevski for one or two, but I would probably put him in like so between 3 to 5. So I think I'd still put him in above average. Solanke, I put in decent. Like he's coming up with big goals. He's one of those players he's one of those strikers that like links up play well. He gets a ton of assists. He has 8 assists this year. But like, I mean, at the same time though, I feel like with him, he still leaves stuff to be desired, much to be desired. And I don't know how harsh that actually is. And especially when you factor in that, like, for example, right, like he got 21 goals when he was at Bournemouth last season, right? And he's played the same amount of games this year, and he's only on 15. But then you factor in that he took, like 2 pens, right? So, like when you do factor that in, like, is the difference really that much? Right, like you're looking at like what 13 non-pen goals to like 19. That is still pretty sizable. I mean, the playmaking's there. I think he's been kind of forced to play in a more disjointed way than he would like. Uh, he doesn't have as much space to just kind of like run into to just kind of, I guess, I don't want to say spam jammy goals, but you get what I'm saying. But I don't know. I still think like generally like a lot of the non-goal scoring stuff, I think he's done like a decent job at, if I were to be completely honest. So, I would feel a bit um I feel like it'd be a bit harsh to just like disregard that. But honestly, yeah, I don't really know what to think of him. I really don't know what to think of him on all this year. I'd probably put him like I'd probably put him like decent. I feel like decent is fair. Like the goal scoring, the lack of goal scoring, I think is just like the biggest thing, to be honest. And I also do think with Solanke, because I think he got injured. Yeah, he got injured around March. I mean, not around March, around January. So I think he started off the season okay. Um, and I think he's just starting to get back into form. Like he scored like 4 goals in like the last month, and granted, 2 of them were pens, so definitely something to keep in mind. And then, like, when you think about what he was doing before that, he hadn't scored a goal into January. So between January and April, I think is really what kind of killed it. And granted, that was also around the same time that he got injured as well. So I think he just hasn't had a chance to really like build upon any type of sustained momentum, specifically like in the new year. Is probably what I would say in regards to him. Um, Tell, I'm going to put in big potential. He wasn't getting enough game time at Bayern. He looks fine. He looks okay when I see him in Tottenham, but like I don't know. I'm not. Honestly, I'm not too high on him because I definitely do think there's like a good player in there. I think, but like he seems like decently polished, but at the same time, like when you think about what Bayern was asking Tottenham to pay for him, like with the 60 mil, he's definitely not worth that. Yeah, he's definitely not worth that. To be blunt, to be completely blunt, but I still think he's only 19 though. I think he's only 19 or 20. So I definitely still think he's really good for his age group. Um, Next up, we got Manuel Neuer, and honestly, I don't even know if Bro's played that much because I feel like I've been seeing a lot more of like their is it their second choice goalkeeper? Or am I just tripping? Okay, maybe it's me. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm tripping, but because he hasn't played in like 2 months. Because I remember he got injured. Um, I think honestly, he's not what he used to be. He's definitely not what he used to be. But for I guess what you're expecting of him now, I think he's been fine. I mean, I don't really have much else to say on Manuel Neuer. Like, you know what you're getting with him. You're getting a good shot stopper that can, play with his feet. Um, can be aggressive in terms of like getting, can be aggressive in terms of like attacking the ball and making sure that the opposition doesn't get it. Um, but yeah, I think the thing with him, the thing I'll give him credit for is I don't think he's had like too many like quote unquote bad games, so to speak. So so I think from that retrospect, given especially that he's like 39, like I think that's commendable, right? Like, so I'd probably just put him at like decent player at this point. Like I feel like that's fair. Next up, we got Upamecano. So the thing with Upamecano is I actually quite like him. I actually think he's been very good this year. Like I think this has probably been like at least the best year that I've seen him while he's been at Bayern. I do think it's very unfortunate for him that one we're gonna get to his we're gonna get to his partner because we're gonna get to his partner. We're gonna get to his center back partner in a second. He's had unreliable help in the middle. He's been asked to push up extremely high. Like I'll be honest, the way company be having them boys move up is genuinely insane. Like like the amount of times I'll just see, bro, in like the freaking um, what's it called, like the on the edge of like the opponent's penalty box when Bayern are in possession is insane. But I think he has like, but he's shown like he has like a good enough recovery pace, um, aggression, and like positioning to get back on time for it to not be as big of a problem as it can be when you think about how hard of a role that actually is. And then you kind of also counter that with the fact that even with that being said, he's still been a positive in terms of um, build up stuff as well. In terms of his passing accuracy is extraordinarily high. It's like in the mid 90s. He's good at long balls. His long ball accuracy is good. chance creation for a center back is good. He gets a lot of touches and he's efficient with them. His tackling is fine. You could probably critique in terms of like his efficiency in that respect, but again, you'd also have to contextualize that with the fact that he's always like there's going to be plenty of times where he's generally starting from a worse position, so that would go a long way to explaining that as why his tackle percentages are low. Aerially, he's good. Interceptions are high because of that same position. Honestly, I'd probably put him in like. Honestly, I'd go as high as like. I go as high as. I think he's been an elite this year. To be honest, I think he's been very, very underrated by the general footballing public. No. Kim Min Jae. Oh my goodness. Now, I'm going to cut him some slack because from what I've heard, bro has been basically playing on like one leg this entire time. Because if I didn't do that, if I didn't do that, bro, this guy, bro. Every time I watch Bayern play, he's got himself involved in some nonsense. If I were to be completely harsh, if I were to be like ultra harsh here, so much so that I actually think Ito is a better player. I think Ito's been a better player than him, and he has only played 8 matches. I think that freaking Eric Dyer might have been a better player than him, and he's Eric Dyer. I think my biggest beef with Kim Min Jae, I think is honestly, I think it's just a lack of like he's positionally suspect, but he doesn't have like the pace nor the necessary aggression to make up for it. Like, right, like in the sense of like he will get beat in situations where he shouldn't really be getting beat when you think about, the fact that he's 6'3", the fact that he's strong. So it's like I think he's one of those players where like when the situation's fine, when the game is slow, when he can just like pass a team to death, he's good. And then when it becomes like a situation where he has to, what's it called, manage a more chaotic game, I think that's when the problems start for him. I mean, this season he has 6 errors leading to goal, which is more than he's had in every other season of his career combined. You think about the fact that again, Joe passed the same thing, and the season's not even over yet. And again, same thing same grace that I would give to what's his face, to Upamecano. He's being asked to, because he's basically the last line. Like if you look at him and you compare him to Upamecano, he's basically like the last line of defense when company plays like that high style, that high line style that Bayern have. So I think it's totally fair to include that as well in the context. And who knows, maybe in some ways his role is like a bit harder and there's like less margin of error because he's like I said, the last line, whereas Upamecano just is more focused on trying to like stop counterattacks from happening. Whereas Upamecano is more focused on, mitigating the damages of it. So, maybe I'm being a bit harsh because originally I was probably going to put him in trash, but again, I feel like that's because he is a good player, and I don't want to disregard that. So I'm just going to put him in I'm going to put him in decent. Or actually, no, better yet, I feel like I'm still being a bit. I'll put him in above average for now, but we'll see. That's what I'll say. We will see. Um, Next we go on to Alphonso Davies. I actually thought he was good this year, but unfortunately, bro has basically been a ghost since March. And he's not due to return until like the middle of next season. So it's looking kind of clopped. I can't lie, but but again, when it comes to Davies, you know what you're getting. You're getting a dude, a pacey fullback who can dribble well. Um, you know, you're getting a fullback that can create opportunities. Just off of the strength of his ability to carry the ball the way that he does. Um, his ability to recover is elite as well. Um, he's not generally someone that crosses the ball a lot, but he can be really accurate with his crosses. So, like, he's generally an accurate crosser, even whether or not um, even though he's not like a high volume crosser. Um, Obviously, like this season, his crossing has been poor relative to his standards. I do think maybe a part of that is also just because of the fact that I don't know if it's a tactical thing, or why that is. Um, he's good in possession, even though you really don't want him like just being stuck there trying to like pass out of the back to break across. You want him into open. You want him in open space. Defensively, he's solid. He's a high dual winner. He's decent-ish in the air, even though he's not like a high aerial dueler, but he does a good job when he is forced to duel in the air as well. So I would probably put him at like, because I don't want to put him an elite performer because he basically hasn't done anything for like half of the year. Like I think he's played what? He's played 31 matches. I think in that time span, I do think he's been really good. So I'm really trying to figure out where I should put him because I don't think he's been great, but below par or good, but has been bad. Definitely think he's above like this group. So I think I'll put him in elite by kind of more like by committee because like he has been good this year. He just hasn't played that much. And at the same time, he's I don't think he's quite been had the consistency of these dudes. And part of that hasn't been his fault either. Next we go on to Joshua Kimmich. Kimmich? I think it's Kimmich because I don't want to mispronounce. No, I think Kimmich has been. I think Kimmich has been good this year. I remember watching him in the Champions League tie against by Leverkusen, and he pretty much cooked them. I'm not gonna lie, bro. He cooked the shit out of them, bro. Like he was on it from minute one. Um, I thought he was, good against Inter Milan as well. Obviously disappointing that they ended up, still losing the match. But it is what it is. You're not gonna you're not gonna win all your matches, are you? Right? So I think defensively, I think he's one of those defenders that's like pretty smart. Although he's not like the most physically imposing of defenders, at only being 5'9" and not being, particularly the fastest dude, especially like now that he's turning 30. Funny enough, like despite how long he's been playing, him only being 30 is like kind of remarkable and it kind of just shows how good he was from like a younger age. I think generally like this year, like I think he's been on from minute one. Like honestly, I'd probably go as far as to say he's been putting in work. Or actually, I think I said I was gonna stop doing that. What did I decide to call this now? Uh, I'd say he's been a world-class performer this year. I think that's fair to say. Leon Goretzka. I don't think he's been a world-class performer this year. I'm not gonna lie. I think he's been decent. I think he's been decent this year. I feel that's fair to say. Um, he's had problems, in terms of getting consistent game time. Like he'll come on at the end of games, but like I think the last time he like he played against Inter, funny enough, but like before then he hadn't really been getting. Okay, that's not true. I'm gonna say he's not been getting consistent game time, but like it was definitely like touch and go, um, at times this season. I would say, um, he's one of those dudes that tends to pop with goals a lot. The 5 goals for a box to box guy that leans more defensive, I'd say is pretty good. Uh, he is one of those dudes that like is there basically to f stuff up, bro. I think that's the best way to put it. He's tidy in possession. Um, he is good defensively. He's not quite as good as he used to be in terms of like tackling and stuff, but his positioning is still pretty good. He's good aerially. Um, Playmaking wise, he's okay. Like he's not the greatest, but he's fine. He's serviceable. I'd probably put him at like above average. I feel like above average is fair. Conrad Limer. So off rip, I respect the versatility. I'm always a sucker for players that like can play different roles and show versatility in those roles. Because like he came in as like a 6 when he was I believe it was Leipzig, right? He was at Leipzig, and companies kind of just like shift him everywhere, and he's been playing a lot of minutes at right back. And even when he plays right back, he's one of those ones that like will get up and down the field. Obviously, Sasha Boy was meant to be the main fullback to do that, but he's had like he's been dealing with like injuries and stuff. And I think for if you're Conrad, I think you're satisfied because you finally got in your Bundesliga, your mandatory Bundesliga that every Bayern player is supposed to get, because obviously he didn't get it last year. So I would say for him, he's probably just done what he's needed to do. Like when you compare him to like other fullbacks, like I said, his ball carrying has been fine. Um, like his on the ground passing has been fine. Like a lot of the long ball stuff and the crossing hasn't been amazing. But again, he's not a fullback by trade, so I think that's kind of fair. Defensively, I think he's been solid. I probably put him at like above average as well. Is that above average? That's not above average. There we go. All right, next up we got Pavlovic. So he's 21 years old. I think he's kind of been, keeping up with the progression from last year. Like I don't think he's gone significantly better since last year. I also don't really think he's need to. Like, I think he was already starting at like a really good baseline level for like his age. I'd probably say the thing that I like about him is he's definitely more of a pass-oriented midfielder. Even as a six, I'd probably like give him more of like the deep line playmaking role. Um, like I also remember his goal that he scored against. I think it was in the first game against Leverkusen. I think he was the one that scored like a crazy volley or something like that. So that was pretty impressive. And then you kind of look at what's it called? You kind of look at what he can do on the ball. I think he's just steady. I think he has lots of potential. I think that's probably right. But also, he looks like Pedri, like a lot actually. It's really weird. Next we have Musiala, obviously known by his amazing dribbling. I think he's made a leap this year, specifically in terms of like his ball striking, his finishing. So therefore, his goal scoring. Like I think he's gone significantly better at it. Like he's actually like I think he's just generally like more consistent now. Like I know it's not the first time he's gone around like that 15 and 18 goal range. Like he's done it before, but I think um but I think now he's kind of like at a point where you can kind of ask him to do anything and he can kind of just like get it done in a sense. I'd probably say the biggest thing with him this year has been like the noticeable dip in like playmaking, but I think part of that's just been because there's just been other players that can like take up the mantle for him in like that regard, right? You think about like obviously someone like Kimmich or Kimmich, sorry, Harry Kane being there, Olise, uh, players like that. So it's like he does like so it's like the role for him isn't as pivotal as like a couple years ago, where like you're looking at it's literally just him and like Kingsley Coman. So in the attack and stuff to do like the reliability, like the playmaking. Um, so I think obviously we know how exceptional he is as a dribbler. And the thing I like about him is I think he's starting to kind of shed like those big game ghost allegations because that's really been like the main criticism of him. Like he was big. I remember having big performances against Leverkusen in the Champions League, and it's just been fortunate that he got injured when he did, so he didn't really get a chance to play against Inter. Because I think he might have been what Bayern needed in terms of really being able to unlock that Inter defense through dribbling, especially when you see what Yamal ended up doing in the semifinal. For that, obviously, I'm not saying right now that he's as good as Yamal, but like I think dribbling wise, I think they talk to each other. Like I think that's definitely fair to say, and so in a sense, like it's kind of sad for him that he didn't really get a chance to prove his stuff against Inter in like a big Champions League quarterfinal match, but it is what it is. So with that being said, I'd probably put him at like world class. I'd probably put him wherever I put or not world class, not really. Yeah, I think elite is fine. Kingsley Coman. I think I don't really think he's done anything special. Like you generally know what to expect from him. I think he was better in the although I will say I think he was better in the first half of the season. Um but I mean ultimately that's not really saying much to be honest. So Like I think this season, bro's gone 11 GA, which is bottom line is with what he usually does. I mean, they've definitely been like staggering his minutes more, so he's definitely been coming off the bench more, which kind of makes sense when you think about some of the other players they have to play in those positions, like Olise and Sane. And Olise is basically locked up like the one half of the wings, so it's really up to him and Sane to like fight it out for like that second half, that second part, that second side of the left, on the left over there. I'd probably still say decent. Like I'm not really gonna give him too much um, credit. Like we know what he does well. He's an elite dribbler. He's tidy in possession. He has good creativity, but like he's never particularly been a good scorer. He's never really been a good goal scorer. Like I think the dude's only scored 10 goals in a season once in his entire career, and he's gonna be 29 in like a month. So next we go on to Leroy Sané. All I'm gonna say about Sané is he is incredibly frustrating to watch, to be honest with you, because he's the type of guy that will do all the right things, and then when it gets to like that last critical junction, he just screws it up. Like he's obviously not as like he's a good dribbler, right? He's not as tidy as like a Coleman or as high volume as like a Musiala or Elise, who's also I would consider to be more tidy than just high volume dribbling. But he's definitely good though. And the thing with him is like he has and should be an elite goal scorer. And he's just not. He just doesn't have the composure to do that, which I do find weird because it's funny. As much as I'm gonna accuse him of that, like currently, like if he scores like 3 more goals, this is tied like his highest goal scoring season. I mean, is that really enough when you consider that the dude takes almost 4 shots a game? I don't know. I don't think so. And I don't know. He just doesn't really give like that good composure in front of goal. That's my biggest beef with him. And he doesn't, and it's even more annoying because nowadays he's not really tasked to do as much of the playmaking as like before. So you would think that like, he can kind of, what's it called? He can kind of compensate in other ways, and he's just so far not shown that he can do that. So I would say for him, like the biggest thing is just being more of a positive goal scorer because right now, like the Bayern, like company isn't asking him to play make as much or beat his man as much or what's it called? Really do anything else. Like he gets opportunities to score, so he needs to start freaking scoring. It is what it is. So I think with that being said, I probably put it in good, but it hasn't been good this season. Because he's kind of been like this for a while now, to be honest. Like I think that's fair to say. And what is up to whoever just joined the chat? Please comment down below what your opinion is. So currently we are just going through a very long list. We're ranking kind of just like the current best players, just based off of what they've done this season. This is kind of what the list looks like right now. These are kind of players that I haven't really watched enough to rank. These are players that have been trash, really bad. These are players that I find to be mid, or to be mid. These are like decent-ish players that I think have lots of potential. Players that I think have been above average this year, like relative to like the league they've been playing, just like in general, like for their play. Players that I think are generally good, but haven't been good this season, or haven't played enough to really have a good set of games this year. And this is kind of just like a higher version of this, where it's great players that I think have been below par this year. These are players that I think have been elite performers this year. And these players I think have been world class this season. And then obviously we haven't really. These are going to be the Ballon d'Or guys. These are the Ballon d'Or guys. To be honest, we've only had one so far though, because we got a long list to get through, like a really long list to get through. So I'd actually be interested in knowing, what do you think of the list so far? And is there anything that you would change? And of course, always make sure to like the stream as well. So if you even liked it yet, give it a good like. And we'll just keep going. So right now, I think we are on. Where are we? We are on Olise. I think he's been amazing. I think he is probably Bayern's best player against Inter. I think he's generally just been good in terms of creating chances, finishing off his chances. He's very tight in possession. He's a very high technical player. Honestly, I'd probably put him in world class for this, specifically this season. I think he's been that good, to be honest with you. Like, genuinely, I do. So that's probably where I would put him for this year. Like, if it wasn't for Harry Kane, I think he's comfortably been like Bayern's. If it wasn't for Harry Kane and Kimmich, I think he's comfortably been Bayern's third best player, if you ask me, in my opinion. I think he's generally done everything needed of him. If you want him to play out wide, he can play out wide. If you want him to invert in the middle and play between the lines, he can do that as well. He just had a great game against Mönchengladbach this week. Had a great game against Leipzig the game before that. Had a good game against Mainz the game before that. Got an assist against Heidenheim before that. Like I said, was good against Inter in both legs. So he's just been in uber consistent. Like, he generally hasn't had really many, if any, bad games, to be honest with you. So yeah, that's why I would put him. That's why I would put him there. Thomas, he's washed. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm giving him like the freaking Kevin Garnett meme right now. I definitely think he's gone to the end of his cycle. Harry Kane, obviously the goal scoring has been there. I think he was good against Inter. I thought he was amazing against Leverkusen. I thought he was easily Bayern's best player against Leverkusen. You're looking at what, like 30 plus goals? We're looking at 37 goals, 10 assists this year in 45 matches. Finally won a trophy, so he's gotten that monkey off of his back as well. If the only thing I'd probably criticize him on slightly is do think he has been gotten one a little too many pens this year. If I were to be uber harsh, but it's not really moving me that much, to be honest with you. But it is obviously still something to like keep in mind as well. So I'd probably put him in like the top for this season. In Copier, I'm honest, I haven't watched too much of Leverkusen to have a strong opinion on them. So I'll probably put their players in not watched enough for the most part. Even though I'll be honest, the little I've seen of Jonathan Tah has not looked good this year, but I'm not going to sit there and pretend like I've watched them enough to have a strong opinion on them. I'll have to definitely watch more footage on them, specifically for a review of Xabi Alonso since he's going to Real Madrid. I have definitely watched some Verts this year, and I'd probably put him in because before it was looking like he was going to go in the elite performance category, but like look at the fact that he hasn't scored since January. I think before yesterday. He's generally had a stronger start to the season than end, and I think he's probably been like quintessentially like emblematic of Leverkusen's season. Yeah, I think specifically that March April period, like it was looking rough for bro. I can't hold you. And he was very poor against Bayern as well, too, in the Champions League. So you have to factor that in too. But yeah, so I'll probably just put him in like because I can't quite because I don't want to quite put him in like elite performance, but the dude's still gone like 30 GA this year, bro. So it's like I'm not just really, and he was really really good up until like March. So I would probably still put him in elite performers for this year, even though like I said, the last like month and a half, yeah, it's been looking rough for him. Next up, we got Kobel from Dortmund. Dortmund have been a very funny ass team this year, and if I were to be honest, that defense is pretty trash. I'm not gonna hold you, and because like you look at how many goals they've conceded and like kind of some of the funny scorelines they've had this year, and you talk about like them losing to Holstein Kiel or them choking a lead against Barcelona in the last 10 minutes in like the league phase match, or when they let Vinny score a hat trick on them, or when Barcelona did them dirty in that first leg. Like, but to be fair, I think most of that, I think he's been let down a lot by like the actual setup, um, relative to himself. And then, but to be fair too, I don't really know how much of that, has he underperformed compared to last year as well. So, like, I know he's generally been a good goalkeeper. And I would go as far as to say, like, I think maybe he's probably been like more average than you would like for this year, and it hasn't really been bolstered by like his defense basically not helping him like at all. So yeah, that's what I would say on him. So I'd probably put him in like good. I'd probably put him a great but not good this year. I feel like it's fair. Or blow poor, sorry. Schullerback, I think has been good as well. I think he and Koval specifically I've been fine. It's been unfortunate because like he's basically been injured since March, so he hasn't really had a chance to um stamp his authority, especially since they have actually been in like better form since like mid March. Like they've only lost one Bundesliga game in that time span. I definitely also think that he's kind of like maintained the levels he's been at. When you also consider like how young he is, he's only 25. I think he might be on the move this year. I guess the only thing that really kind of worries me is like his injury record because he's not going to be back until I think he's not going to be back until like October of obviously next season. Um, there's definitely something to keep in mind as well. So I'd probably put him like here. I think that's fine. Kareem Adeyemi, I'm probably putting him above average. Let's see if I can sift through some of these. I think he's above average, but like I think he just needs to show more. Like I think for the last like month, I think he's been really good. Um, Generally, he tends to leave a lot to be desired. Like I think he has a lot of potential, but like I just think he hasn't really been showcasing it yet. Well, we'll see. Like he's also just one of those players that is like also really versatile. Like you see him generally on the left or at striker, um, or even on the right as well. Like I will say this, I do think he's like generally he's been considerably better this year than he usually is. So we'll see if that means that he's finally going to really make that leap next year. Like we'll see. I won't say for sure yet. So I'm gonna put him at above average for now. Sergio Garcia, yeah, he's definitely going in the elite performers category, bro. Fuck out of here. I'm not gonna let anybody tell me different. Like this guy is insanely efficient. 33 goals, 6 assists this year. He scored some bangers as well. His hold up play is really good. Like he's one of those guys that you can just like launch, long passes into, and he will like find a way to like make something out of nothing with it. I won't call him an elite ball striker, but like he's definitely solid. Um, he's like good in the air as well. Like bro's just everywhere. Bro will be doing anything, bro. Like I swear. And yeah, sometimes that's just what you need. Like you know what I mean? Like you need someone that you can just kind of like be like, hey, I need you to improvise and make something out of this nonsense. And they're like, don't worry, I got us. I got us. In terms of his shots always, I shot her up. Um, he's everywhere. That's all I can say. He does everything. And his link up play is also really good. It is really underrated as well. Also really impressive that he was able to do this, again. So you're looking at back-to-back 30-goal seasons for him. So yeah, I've been really impressed with what how he's been this year. He's had good games against Barcelona. In the Champions League, he was a top goal scorer as well. So now bro's been cooking. Like genuinely, he's been really good. Right now, he scored 5 games in a row. He's on a hat trick. He had a game where he got 4 goals. right? Like he's been tearing it up. Next up we got I have no fucking clue who that man is. Like genuinely not at all. Javi Simmons. Uh, honestly, I've watched some of him, but I need to watch more. Sesko, I'm probably in the same boat. Panda has been disappointing this year. I'm not gonna pretend like I know who that is. That's a TK. Oh my gosh, bro! I need him to come to Chelsea. Bro. He's also amazing. Like genuinely an amazing player. Especially like he's basically like Nicholas Jackson, but on crack. So polished technically. Good ball striking. Tall, fast. Like I would say the only thing about him is improving like his box movement and his physicality to really like deal with strong center backs. But other than that, no, bro's good, bro. He's really good. Like genuinely, he's a big part of the reason why Frankfurt are where they are. And I think what really impressed me about him is when um, when Marmoush was there, he was playing a lot more of the support role as the front two. And then when Marmoush left, he just ramped up the goal scoring. So he showed, like he's really shown like that ability to um, either play in a front two as support or play solo. Like I think nowadays, the Frankfurt coach usually runs like a 3-4-3, and Ekatike is usually obviously going to be at the center of that. So he's shown that ability to really, you know, do both and be versatile. So versatility plus the technical floor that he has, plus his, his physical gifts already. Yeah, he's gonna be cracked. He's not quite elite performers yet for me, even though he put up 22 and 11. Um, man, I don't want to put him there, but I feel like he's better than above average. But I don't know if I'm just overrating him. So this is what I'm going to go with for now, and we will. Maybe I need a new tier. We'll have to do some filtering later at some point. And Sommer, um, obviously, bro, just put in work against the Barcelona in the Champions League. He's always been one of those like he's always been really consistent as a goalkeeper. Even when he was at Mönchengladbach as well. So I'm not too surprised. Um, he's a big part of the reason why Inter have as good of a defensive record as they do. So I think it's definitely important to acknowledge that as well. Um, in terms of kind of like where I would put him for the season, I probably put him in like elite performers. I feel like that's the fairest, like the fairest tier for him. Like I would definitely say he's been, one of the best goalkeepers in Serie A. Where is he at? Where did I put him? Oh my gosh, I can't find him. Did I already put him in elite? No, I didn't put him in elite. Did he just like? Did he disappear? I'm trying. I can't find him. Bro, where did he go? No, this is really funny. I dead ass can't find him. Oh, okay, I found him now. Okay. Also, okay, I think I know what we're gonna do. We're gonna add another. Another tier like kind of between here and here. So add it above, and it's gonna be good, but having a great season. And I think this is what I'm gonna put. I think at a TK. I'm trying to see if I can. I'll probably put Limer here as well. I'm trying to see, is there anybody else I put here? I'd probably put Morgan Rogers here. Probably Gibbs Whites. I feel like this is probably the fairest way I can do this. Bastoni is going in world class. I think he's probably been one of like the 5 best center backs like in the world this year. Defensively, the way he's asked to like defend in space because of the fact that Inter playing like that back three. In terms of like on the ball, dude is like beyond elite on the ball. Like it's actually insane, bro. It's like Inter have like another deep line playmaker in like their freaking defensive line. Like that's like genuinely like that's how good um like this guy is in terms of like on the ball work. Like he's obviously he's like been consistent for Inter for a long time. He's 6'3". Nah, he's a monster, bro. Like, genuinely, he's a freaking monster. Where is he at? Before I lose him too. Yeah, I'd probably put him here. Fry. I think he's fine. I feel like it's fair to say. Like I think he's been steady. I don't think he's done anything crazy, but I think he has like I think he's kind of like that in between, like between Bastoni and like Acerbi, where he like because he plays in the middle of like the back three. He is I would consider to be more aggressive than Bastoni. Um, while not having like the same amount of responsibility in terms of like passing and building up and all that stuff. Um, but I'd still say he's like above a in like that pecking order. So he's kind of like a good balance. and a good link between the two of them. I feel like that's probably like the best way to interpret it. So I'd say above average. I feel like above average is fair. Dumfries, I think he has been good this year. Like Dumfries is like another guy where like his highs are high and then his lows are low. He's very physical. He will get into space. I think he's generally been steady, but I definitely think the last like 6 weeks has really been where he's gone up another level in terms of the consistency of his performances. Like obviously we know about his 2 goals and 3 assists against Barcelona. He's also come with a big assist against Monza in Serie A. He's generally been good defensively as well. Like I think, I think good. I don't know if good would have a great season. Is a bit too high for him. But he's definitely been at least above average. I feel like that's definitely fair to say. DeMarco, I think he definitely is the one. He is the standout one. Out of the two fullbacks, I would say like generally like his performances have been more consistent. However, like I think Dumfries like recently has been better. Like if we were to isolate to like the last like 2-3 weeks. But I think generally DeMarco's really been that guy in terms of specifically like creatively like the type of chance creation he brings to the team. Getting assists, setting up his teammates. He still does his work defensively as well, even if it's not quite to the level as of Dumfries. And then Dumfries, I also just think Dumfries is also like a better ball carrier. So I think, like in terms of on the ground, right, like stuff that in terms of like running, dueling, ball carrying, Dumfries is better in that aspect. But the more in between the line stuff, the more technical aspect, DeMarco has shown a higher aptitude for that. His crossings always been pretty good, and think about his free kick that he scored against Napoli as well. I'd probably put him in like the what's it called? Probably put him in the elite performers tier. Shanaloglu, he has been like their main freaking what's it called? Been one of their main guys in terms of the build up stuff. He's generally been on like the kind of the middle, compared to like a Mkhitaryan who's like in the generally like in the left half space. And then you think of Barella, who's generally on the right half space. So you're thinking, so he's kind of the orchestrator of everything that's going on, like in the middle of that. He's, going to be the guy that's you're going to go to for all of the passing and the long ball stuff. He's also still been holding his own in terms of like defensively as well, in terms of being defensively active and defensively responsible. You look at a guy like Barella, he's more of a big threat due to his ball carrying, his tackling, and kind of his overall box play relative to a Chanaloglu. And then you look at someone like Mkhitaryan on the left, and he's kind of like the in between of those other two. Like he's not gonna bomb forward as much as much as a Barella might, but at the same time, he's also not passing the ball to the same extent that um, Çalhanoğlu is either. So you're kind of looking at those things where he's definitely like the I don't say the weak link because weak would be like a irresponsible way to phrase it. But he's definitely doing the least out of the three of them. Um, but he's still obviously been really good for them this year as well. So I'll probably put Çalhanoğlu in the elite performers category. I think this is Barella. I'll put him in the for Tazy, I don't have much of an opinion on. Thuram, I think has been fine. I don't know if I think he's still just more like an above average player. Like I think he's basically been doing about as good as you would expect from him. Like, so I say he's doing better than you would expect, but he's still not what I would consider to be like a great season for a striker per se. Which is why like I'm still just gonna put him in like the above average category. But I do think he's been good though this year. I definitely don't want to take that away from him. Martinez, I think, has been fine. His league form has not been good, and his Champions League form has been very good, which is funny because it's basically like the exact opposite of what he did last year, where like his Champions League form was ass, like freaking horrendously trash, and his league form was really good. So right now you're looking at 22 goals in the overall for the season, only 12 in the league, 9 in the Champions League though, but it's 22 in 48 matches, which is not the best in terms of goal scoring. He has come in clutch in the knockout round. He scored four knockout goals. So that's definitely has to count for something as well. But I just can't really overlook how bad he's been in the league. So I'd probably say below par, which is why I'm also glad I changed it to below par as opposed to just calling him straight up bad, because he's definitely not been bad. It'd definitely be a harsh way of putting it. Maignan, he's generally a good goalkeeper. I don't think he's been great this year, but I think it has more to do with Milan than it has to do with him. But I also just don't think he's covered himself in glory either. So I'll probably just put him here for now. Honestly, you could probably say it's about Theo Hernandez as well. Johnny Rangers, I actually do think he's been at a good season. He's been like their top goal scorer. One of those guys that runs the box a lot, but he can kind of do a little bit of the more build-up-y stuff, but that's definitely not really where you want him. Now is that enough? I don't know. Maybe it's just because of how bad Milan have been overall that I'm not really giving him like the benefit of the doubt in a sense. So you have to forgive me for that if maybe I'm being a bit harsh on him. But I mean, I definitely do think he's been I really think he's been decent, but like he's definitely more of a get on the end of stuff um guy as opposed to and with like a secondary like playmaking game as opposed to like like I'm gonna be the guy that's like the main orchestrator and I'm gonna be the guy that's gonna make sure we get over the line. Which is fine, but I'm not really sure if that's what like this team in particular needs. So, but 16 goals, 4 assists this year, you definitely can't hate on that. So I'm still definitely put him in like a good but having a great season. Yeah, João Felix, you're going mid, buddy. Like, there's really not much else for me to say on you. Christian Pulisic, probably put him. I wouldn't put him quite in elite. He's definitely been above average. Um, heck, maybe I might even put him in good, but actually no. I feel like maybe good, but having a great season might be a fair way of evaluating him. Right, like you're looking at 17 goals, 10 assists. Right, you're looking at a guy that again it's kind of similar to Johnny. Is more of a play finisher than a playmaker. Like he's not gonna sit there and try to like beat a whole bunch of guys. Like he's very similar to he's basically like a Captain America B Tech version of Salah, which is really still a good fucking player. So that's definitely not an insult. So I think that might be a fair way of describing him. So I think actually I might put him in good, but having a great season. I think that's probably a fair way of describing his season. Um, Next after that, we have who do we got after this? Who's next? Who's next? We have Rafael Leao. See, it's kind of one of those things where it's like, what is good for like one player isn't necessarily good for another player, right? Because like Leao this year, 23 GA is like okay, but like what he does in terms of, he gives you in terms of like chance creation, dribbling, and all that. He's lazy in terms of defensive actions, like pretty fucking abysmal. If we were, being honest, goal scoring is taking a dip. Like, so I would definitely like he's still definitely better than like the likes of like a Sane or what's it called? Yeah, he's still better than like Sane or Gnabry or freaking Kingsley Coman, but like still not been amazing. So I'd probably put him still in like a below par this year. Bro, I feel like is that Raspadori? I can't really tell who this man is, bro. I'm not gonna hold you, and I'm not gonna sit there and pretend like I can. Di Lorenzo, I think he's been fine this year. Like what you're getting with him. You're getting good attacking play. Solid ish. Probably more leaning towards average ish in terms of like defensive capability. But like I wouldn't call him like a freaking cone, like like Trent or something. Um, dual winning is fine. Chance creation is above average. He will try to shoot on goal for whatever reason. He hasn't been getting as many assists this year, but I'm not really sure if that's more on him or kind of just more on, more on like the system? Obviously, Napoli have been good defensively, and he is a part of that. And then you kind of like look at, the context of what they've been doing as a whole. Like this Napoli team really doesn't have much in terms of creativity. So is he just kind of like suffering from that? Is there a lot of very good goal scorers? Has his creative capabilities not ever been as high as intended, and people have just been overperforming his metrics? We don't really know. I'd probably put him in I still probably put him in I think he's been fine. I think he's been fine this year. I put him above average. Gosh damn, some of these faces. But why am I drawing a blank on his name right now? I believe that's Lobotka. He's another one of those he's steady, deep line playmaker. He will what's it called? Make sure your possession's neat and tidy, which I know sounds, the way I'm saying it doesn't make him sound very exciting, but he's not a very exciting type of player. He's solid. That's why he's there. He's a solid player who will do the things that you need him to do, in terms of defensive capabilities, in terms of passing properly, being tidy with it. He doesn't give you high progression numbers. He's not going to be the guy that takes on players or ball carries or anything like that. He's there. He is what he is. He's a guy that will circulate the ball when you need him to. He will defend when you need him to. He's not the greatest athlete. He's not the greatest runner. He's not going to give you any type of above average goal scoring or goal creation, even for his position. So that's what he is. He's solid. He's a solid player. Hold on a second. I accidentally exited out of the tier list. I hope I think it should save everything I've done so far. Okay, which it did. Thankfully, I apologize about that. But yeah, I'm just gonna I put him above average. I think above average is fine. He's very much what he is. You're not getting anything special out of him. He's also not a freaking bum either. He's a solid DM in a team that's gonna win the league this year while playing low possession, solid football. Which I think is fine. I think that's. Okay, next up, we have Scott McTominay. Now this is genuinely hilarious because Scott, who the hell told you you're allowed to do crap like this, bro? That's what I want to know. Who said you were allowed to do this crap? He's basically living up to those Jude Bellingham conversations, even though he's not Jude Bellingham. I'm fucking joking, but basically, I like the way Conte has been using him this year. He's there to f stuff up and run into the box. He doesn't dribble, he doesn't pass. He's not there to circulate the ball. He's not there to create chances. He's not there to do anything but get the ball in the box, run in that damn box, and score goals. He's in the 98th percentile in terms of goals scored for midfielders. He basically doesn't touch the ball at all if it's not to give it to anybody else. So he's found a coach that can utilize what he's good at, limit his weaknesses, and he looks all the better for it, right? Like, you're looking at a guy that this season is giving you 12 goals, 2 assists in 34 matches. So you're looking at about a goal every 3 games for a midfielder. That's really high. Yeah, I don't really think you can ask for much more, to be honest. So I would put him in good, but I wouldn't agree. But I don't think he's that good, though. Like, I think if a manager has to do all of that for you to just for you to have a good season. All right, this is what I'm gonna do. I think, you know what, this is what I'm gonna do. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have, man, I've created so many freaking tiers. Like, it's funny. Like, the freaking original format that I gave must just be like what the hell's going on? So I'm gonna say average, but having a good season. I like that. I think so. I'm gonna move Scott McTominay down over here. I'm gonna put who's some other place I think would go there. I'm trying to think. Is there anybody else that I would put there? From this tier or from this tier? Right over here. I probably put Dumfries here. I probably put Elanga down here. What's it called? Was anyone that I overrated too highly? Let's see, I probably put Merlo down here. Like, I'm remembering that Brazil performance against Argentina today. It was looking pretty diabolical. And I'm also thinking about that Everton game where he basically was the reason why he basically cost them the game. Is there anybody else? I feel like there's a big person that I should be moving down that I'm not moving down right now. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna put you down here as well. All right, I think this is good. I think this is good. I like this. I like this list better. I like this list better now. Lukaku. Goal scoring's gone down, but the creativity's gone up. 13 goals, 10 assists. He's basically been the main creator on his team, which is pretty fucking funny. But you have to respect it because he's kind of risen up to the occasion. Shows versatility, adaptability. He's still physical. Back to goals improved. Part of that's because the league is slower. I definitely think he's above average. I don't think he's having a great season, so I think above average is fair. I think above average is fair for him. I believe this is Kalulu. I'm just not gonna. I'm not gonna give him a ranking. He's actually. I think he's been Juve's best player. Every time I watch Juve, I think Thuram has been really good. I'm just average been having a good season. Koopmeiners. I just want to make sure that I'm getting my right, because I'm not gonna lie. For some reason, I may be forgetting what these players look like. Sometimes this is Koopmeiners. He's basically been dead since like April, but like even then, he hasn't exactly been lighting the world on fire. Like, this is a dude that like came from Atalanta with big expectations. 15 goals, 7 assists. He's only had 7 this year, so he's definitely been below par. I feel like it's been one of those things where the guy, for lack of a better term, can't dribble. And I feel like the biggest issue is that like when you're playing for like a team like Atalanta, who are a very good out of possession team, they're like you're playing in a system that doesn't exactly require you to um what's it called? Doesn't require you to have like intricate build up and have to like beat players to um break down low blocks and all of that, and you're just, oh, we're gonna run you down, we're gonna win the ball up high, and we're gonna score that way. When you go from that to, oh, like at Juve, we actually need you to freaking um like be intricate, and create chances and do all of that. I think that's been where the issues have started for him. Uh just because like I don't think he's really I don't think you should be asking him to do that. So the fact that they haven't asked him to do that, I think has been the big thing, to be honest with you. So, when you consider all of that, a lot of what he's good at, like he's still a good chance creator, he's still a good he still has like above average goal scoring numbers for a midfielder. He showed it in the Eredivisie as well. Um so you look at what he's doing for Juve, and you kind of compare why it hasn't been working out. I think that's the main thing that you have to look at, right? And so he's definitely been disappointed for them. And you combine that with like a lot of he hasn't really had a chance to even gain any type of momentum either. Because he's been hurt a lot of times this year as well. He kind of just puts him in an awkward position. So I don't know if this is a case where it's more of like, the club is too big, or one of those things where it's like he was never really gonna be able to fill those boots. Um, so I'd probably say for this season, like I still consider him to be like above average, but he's gonna have to work on those. I'll say he's good, but he's been bad this season because I still think he's a good player. But it is what it is. It's not been working out well for him. He's just got to deal with that. Um, Yildiz, bro. This is a dude that people were. I remember around like November-ish time, people were hyping this dude up. Like it was getting pretty diabolical, if I'd be honest with you. Then he suffered an injury around January, and he's just kind of been like at a point right now. He's just kind of been okay. Like 8 goals, 4 assists, in roughly like 33-ish games, right? So you're looking at like just fine, I think, for what he is. Like he's 20 years old. Like he just turned 20 like a couple days ago. So you're not really gonna be expecting him to be like insane yet. Like I think he like from what I've seen of him, he's one of those wingers that is looking to create shots for himself as opposed to like just being like an out and out tricky, I'm gonna, dribble you to death type of winger. But he can do that too, to his credit. Chance creation numbers are good as well. Especially I find to be quite impressive, especially when you consider like how what's it called? Muddling of the road you have been this year. I'd probably say the biggest thing with him, the biggest thing that I like about him is that his performances have translated into the Champions League as well. which is a good sign, especially for given how young he is. Well, at least the dribble numbers have. The other attacking numbers, not so much, but I still think he has a lot of potential. And especially when you consider how dysfunctional Juve have been, I think I'll cut him some slack. Vlahovic, my boy, has fallen off the effing rails. See, I think the thing is that, especially with what Thiago Motta wanted Vlahovic to be and what Vlahovic is, I think are two different things. Like when you look at someone like Vlahovic, right, and you compare him to like a Xerxes, which I know is a very weird comparison because I mean he's obviously a dude that's been prolific in the past for Fiorentina and even at times for Juve as well, where Xerxes isn't. Right? Like when you look at them and you compare them, Xerxes does a lot more of the in between game stuff, right? Whether it's like, you know, big chances created or, you know, just general passing or long balls. Like, you really shouldn't be, or pressing as well, too, or even dribbling. So, like, he does a lot more of the link up. I want to be Olivier Giroud at the World Cup where I didn't score a single goal, but like, I was still important to my team type of stuff for a striker. That's basically what Xerxes is. That's basically what what's his face? I think what Thiago Motta was trying to turn Vlahovic into. And Vlahovic is never gonna be that. He's just not his game. It's not his game at all. And I think for him, he's really struggled because of that. But the thing with him is like I can't really give him that big of grace because this isn't new. Like last year he had a decent goal return, but the year before he didn't. And his first half season there, he didn't either. But he was doing amazing for Fiorentina. So I don't know if this is just one of those things where he just wants to be in a team that is like transition based and he's just not in that anymore. And you know, so a lot more of his flaws come to light. I mean, we'll see, because he's only 25. But the thing is, like, if he's not scoring, if he's not getting opportunities to score, if he's not being able to convert his chances, which he's not because he's underperforming his XG this season, he's not giving you anything else. Like that is the reason why you're gonna have him in your team. You're not gonna have him in your team to bring the ball, to advance the ball, or to do anything like that. Like you have him there to score goals, and if he's not doing that, he's not gonna give you anything else at a world class, elite, or even at a world class or elite level. Maybe like any assists at a decent level, but not even that. Like the most he's ever gone in a season is 4, which is what he's doing right now. Which even for a striker, that 4 is pretty putrid, if you ask me. So no, like he is what he is. He needs to score, and he's not doing that. Therefore, he's having a bad season. So I'm going to say good for having a bad season. It has been bad this season, but he needs to step it up because 14 goals. I know 18 goals last season was good, but 14 prior, pretty poor. He has 14 currently. So we'll see what he does in the last 2 matches. If he can, you know, stat pad Juve to a Champions League spot. But overall, though, not good reading. I'm not gonna lie. Kolo Muani, he was insane for like that first like month that he was at Juve. Had a freaking masterclass against Inter for no reason, really. To be honest, he just dropped a masterclass against Inter for basically no reason whatsoever. And since then, he's just kind of been like, he's been okay. Like he's been serviceable, but he's not really done anything to that same level. So, but I mean, still, he's definitely been better than, you know, when he was at PSG when he basically wasn't doing anything at all. So, you take the good with the bad, I guess, in that sense. I'd probably say like the biggest thing for him was just really not really getting his shots up. Like the dude doesn't generate shots, and that is a big problem. Like if you're gonna be, whether you're gonna be a striker or he plays on the wing, because I mean he does play on I think he plays on the left. I want to say the left as well. You need to get your shots up, bro. And that's just the fact of the matter. Um, so if you can't do that, then you're not gonna be able to score goals long term. That is kind of obvious. So I don't really know where to put him, to be honest. I'm just gonna put him at above average for now. Ederson, Atalanta, I really like him. He's good on the ball in terms of build-up stuff. He's incredibly active in terms of getting tackles, and being defensively like solid. He's been one of those dudes that's just been really consistent throughout the season. I guess the thing with him is just more so like, if he's gonna take like that next step to being like an elite player, he basically just gonna have to add more into his offensive repertoire in order to do that. Great. Hold on, sorry. My computer is acting up again. It tends to do this like every 2 hours, so I will have to exit out and come back in again. So I apologize about that. I do apologize about that. I am back though now. And I think we left off. I was talking about Ederson. Basically, what I was saying about him is like he's good in terms of like general build-up stuff and defensively. I think the thing with him is if he wants to really take that next leap into being considered like an elite midfielder, he basically just kind of has to get his let's just get his chance creation numbers up. That's really the easiest thing to do. Well, not easiest thing to do because it's not easy to do it, but that's the easiest way to really reach that next tier of midfielders where you start getting into like like the Vitinhas, the John Nevises, and then beyond that you have like Pedri, Jude Bellingham, Verts, Musiala. So like there's definitely like a ways to go. Like I'd probably put him like if we're just doing purely midfielders, I'd probably put him like tier 4, tier 5, but that's still like really high though. But I'd say like right now, like he probably reminds me the most of like he reminds me of like Sandro Tonali, where he's very box to box oriented. You can basically find him anywhere. I feel like that's a good, like I feel that's a fair comparison. And then when you look at the way Atalanta play versus like Newcastle, they're very similar in the sense of like, what's it called? But they're both like high octane off ball teams. Like they're not going to be like they're not there to pass you to death or you know um even like sit back and counterattack. They're there to get up in your face, be physical, um, and work well off the ball. Specifically in terms of having high intensity, they're a high intensity off ball team, which I think works well for both clubs. So I feel like it's probably like the fairest way. I think it's probably like the fairest, most apt comparison I can think of. Um, yeah. But with that being said, I'd probably for right now, I'd probably put him. What's it called? I'd probably put him good, but having a great season. I think that's the fairest way. I think it's the fairest place I would put him right now. Next we have Charles de Catalare. De Ketelaere? I think maybe De Ketelaere is a better. De Ketelaere is a better. I think it's actual pronunciation. All right, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna fly through these. I think he's been fine this year. I think he's like decent. I think he's weird because basically he's like really tall. He's like 6'4", I think, and because of that, like a lot of dudes wanted like use him more of as like a target man type of striker, whereas he's really more of like a nimble, high technical, um, type of striker instead. I think he works well at Atalanta because he has like dudes to, he can play it into in terms of Lookman and, Retegui. I think when you compare him to like other forwards, like his, playmaking and dribbling is like really up there. Whereas compared to like, if he was more of an attacking, where he's more of an attacking mid or winger, like, maybe not so much. He's still pretty above average, which is really impressive when you consider the dude's only 24 as well. I think it's also probably one of the things where he's like a hybrid of like a 10 and a 9. So he's definitely more of like a really tall center forward. Honestly, I think decent might be not giving him enough credit, but I think above average is fair for him actually. Lookman, I think he's been good about having a great season. I think it's fair to put him there. Retegui, I think that's also a fair place to put him as well. Good, but having a great season. I'm not going to pretend like I know who that is. Or him. I think Chesney has been fine. He's been fine. He tends to get hung out to dry a lot because of Flick's defensive line. And you can kind of catch him. You can't kind of force him into a mistake. I'm kind of like similar to like the Bayern center backs where it's like part of it is just because of the side effects of how his manager plays, of how his manager like his tactics, but he's not good enough as a goalkeeper to like mitigate that himself, which is still like a big ask, of course. So I definitely acknowledge that. Kbarsi, I think has lots of potential. Inigo Martinez, I believe it's Inigo Martinez. I think he's been having a good season. Actually, I'd probably say a great season, to be honest. He's probably been their best center back this season. Araujo, say probably the exact opposite. He's good. Oh, wow. Wait, why is he here? No, he should not be here. Hold on. Oh, wait, no, sorry. Wow. I thought he was Bastoni for a second. That's hilarious. Koundé, I'm not going to lie. Low-key been the best, if not like second or third best right back in the world this year. Definitely been an elite performer. For sure. Balde, I put an elite. Actually, no. I think he's elite. I think elite's fair. De Jong, I think, has been fine. I think he's been good. So I say great, but having. I think he's been like I think he's been okay. Oh man, I forgot his effing name, bro. But I'm so annoyed because I cannot remember his name right now, and it's kind of pissing me off, to be honest. I think it's Bernal. Oh, am I tripping right now? No, this is Lopez. My bad. This is from Lopez. I think he's weird. He's a weird person to evaluate because I think he reminds me a lot of like Tijani Rangers in the sense of like I don't think the midfield stuff, quote unquote, is like his best qualities. Like he's just a guy that knows how to get goals. He's a guy from midfield that knows where the back of the net is. Especially when you consider the type of system that he's playing in, that's high octane, is extraordinarily chance creation heavy, like to an absurd degree. He's bound to eat from that. Now would I say that on his own I think he's like amazing like that? No, but I still think he's been really good this year. I think his chance creation has been okay. Like he has 8 assists, but like I don't really know, how much of that is just due to the freakish finishing of some of those attacking players, and how much of that is just because he's really been on it like that. And then you also have to factor in the fact that like I said, I'm really gonna apply like flick tax to some of these Barca players. I'm not gonna lie to you. I probably put him at like above average. I don't think he's like amazing like that. I think he's benefiting a lot off of the system he plays in. Gavi's basically been dead most of this year, so like I don't really have much to say on him. Like he's played 38, but like he hasn't really played like that. To be honest with you, like the last time he played matches consistently, he basically hasn't since like. Honestly, I don't think he's played like that much, man. Like that many 90s at all. So he's just been dead. So I really have much. I'm just gonna say I haven't watched enough because he hasn't played enough. So I'll probably put that in there because yeah, he's basically not been playing enough to like really be ranked. Um, Pedri is going in. Honestly, I'm probably gonna put him more in world class performer than in the top one, only because I really don't want to be like a prisoner of the moment. He's been amazing like this entire calendar year. Like that definitely goes without saying. But I feel like the first half of the season, he was still good. Right, don't get me wrong, he was definitely still good, but it definitely wasn't to the same level he's been at since like January. Like since like January, since I, I think he's been on one. He's been on it. Like from like January on, like no doubts in my mind. He's been like that in like pretty much every respect. With his dribbling, chance creation, goal scoring has gone up. Progressive passes, progressive carries, ball carrying, like all of that. So I definitely don't want to downplay that at all. But like throughout the entire year, like the season doesn't just start in February when the seasons start when like the knockout rounds do, and I feel like a lot of people forget that. Um, yeah, I feel like a lot of people tend to forget that. I'm not gonna lie. No, is that fair to him? Maybe not, but right, like I think there was like a point, and not like um what's it called? There was like a point in like the early first like 2-3 months, he wasn't looking particularly special. Like he was still decent, but it wasn't like he wasn't doing anything crazy. And then like literally basically once the turn of the year happened, like once the turn of the year happened, he basically turned Super Saiyan. So yeah, I think world class is fair. But then again, I feel like maybe I'm being a bit harsh because at the same time, Salah hasn't been particularly good for the last 2 months, and I still have him in the goats of the season. So, you know what? I think maybe I'm being harsh. I feel like I'm being harsh, but yeah. If there was like a tier between this, that's probably where I put Petri, but I'll probably lean high. Ferran Torres, I think he's been better than expected, to be honest. Again, I feel like similar to Furman, how like a lot of it is due to the Flickster. If I were to be honest, but you still have to give credit to the player um, for putting in that work and being there, when it matters. And he scored, especially in a lot of important games. Even when Lewandowski, has been out. So I definitely think that is definitely something to keep in mind. Like he scored against Inter, he scored in the Copa del Rey final. He scored, I believe, what was the he scored against Celta Vigo when they needed it in the league. So he's definitely been important for them. 2 goals against Atletico Madrid. And I believe he scored against Dortmund as well. Okay, never mind. He didn't score against Dortmund. Let's give him a bit too much credit there, but you get the point. So, and this year, the dude has 19 goals, 7 assists in only like in a very short amount of time, too. So, you definitely have to give him respect. The other thing I will say is like like I said, I think a lot of that is due to the amount of chances you're going to get in Flick system. So if it's like, so do I think this is a true reflection of him as a player, and he's just ballooned in terms of strike quality as a striker? No, but at the same time, do you have to acknowledge, when somebody's production goes up like that? Yeah, because 19 goals, 7 assists, no pens in 22 fucking 90s is fucking astronomical. Like, there's just really no other way to put that. And he's only 25, and he just turned 25 a couple months ago. So, so maybe this will be the start of something. But for now, I'm gonna put him at average, but having a good season. I might even have to do average, but having a great season, but good for now, because again, a lot of this is off the bench as well, so you have to put context into these numbers. Jamal, let's not even. If he was a better goal scorer, it would be looking scary. But even as he is right now, yep, Rafinha, same thing. I mean, we don't have to we don't got to mince words here. Olmo, I just think he hasn't been playing enough. I think he's really good. I think generally when he does play, he looks worth the 60 mil that they spent to buy him. And I think the thing I like about Olmo especially is I think you can tell that he, what's it called? Like the main thing that he does well is he's kind of like a Spanish version of Thomas Mueller in the sense where he can pretty much elevate the floor of your attack. Not by just beating out Foxing like every other player, but just due to intelligence, spatial awareness, and playmaking ability. So, yeah, I would probably. I'm trying to think about where I would want to put him. Because let's see, how many games has he played? Maybe am I being a bit harsh in terms of his games played? He's played 36 matches. Is that enough? I feel like maybe that might actually be enough to rank him. I'll say he's been. I'll say elite, but it's very, very flimsy because I just don't think he's played enough minutes consistently to say that for sure. But I'm fine with that. Robert Lewandowski. I mean, see, the guy is 36, 36, 37? He scored 40 goals in 49 matches this season, which is genuinely insane. The crazier thing is, a lot of Barca fans are still not fully convinced by him, which is kind of insane when you think about it, right? Because the dude scored 40 goals in a season for you at the age of 36, much. Because then it would just be what more would you want him to do, right? Because you just tend to miss chances sometimes, critical moments, but it's bro, relax. 40 goals is 40 goals. And it's even more insane because, I think where he's at right now would be like, it still would even crack like top 5 for most goals he scored in a season. Um, but still, I think he's been really good. I think, to be fair, as of late, his goal scoring has gone down considerably. Right, like part of that has just been like because he hasn't been playing as much. Um, due to his injury or maybe his age. Um, but there was like a point at the beginning of the season where like he was genuinely like on a freaking heater. Like he was actually trying to do something. Like it felt like he was trying to do something insane, to be honest with you. But I probably still put him in like definitely like elite performer. Like you don't score 40 and you're not an elite performer. Like get out of my face with that nonsense. Courtois, I think he's been an elite performer as well. Probably not. He's probably slowed down a little bit for the last month, but I think generally the entire season he's been elite. Rudiger, I think he's been poor this year, to be honest. I think it hasn't been helped by the fact that his center back parents have been like Chouameni, Asensio, and people just dudes from the road. And also he has like an injury as well. Militau's obviously been injured the entire year, so I definitely think you have to factor all those things in as well. But even with that being said, I think he's been poor generally, unfortunately. So, like those are the reasons why. But just because I can give you reasons why he's been poor doesn't change the fact that he's been poor. So I have to put him in that list here. The Madridler himself. I think he's been fine. I don't know if he has big potential. I don't know about big. I'd say he's been having a good season. Considering this is his first season as playing regular minutes with him. Valverde, I think first half of the season, he was really good. And I think honestly, I feel like just the amount of positions he's been asked to occupy, like, the amount of minutes he's been playing, the amount of running that he does, especially when you consider the little running that some of the other players in this team do that we'll get to in a second. I think I'd still put him in elite performance for sure. But like there was a point in the season where it looked like he was going to be like one of the best midfielders, at least performance-wise, this year. But I still think he's definitely been like good. He's definitely been good. Like he was probably here. Like if it was just based off of like if the season ended in like December, he'd probably be here. But I'd probably put him here for now. These next 3, yeah, it's not been good for y'all, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Chouameni I feel bad for because when he's been able to play in his actual position, I think he's been good. But he basically hasn't done that like the entire year because of the injuries, and center back Chouameni is just not good. Camavinga, I think, has just been disappointing generally. I think kind of what he offers to this team is not what's needed, and because of that, his role has been made redundant, and because of that, that's why I have to put him here. Luka Modric, bro's just old. Like you should not even really be. You're old, buddy. Like I don't know what to tell you. You old as hell. It is what it is. He can't run because he's old. Jude. Honestly, I think he's been very underrated. I think he's been world class this year. And I think maybe, some people might be saying that I'm giving him too much credit. I think he's pretty much been great. Like, especially that, like, November to, from like November to March, I think it was probably like his best stint. I thought he was better than Pedri, like, in the first half of the year. Obviously, Pedri has been performing better than him for like the better part of this calendar year, but I still think Jude has been amazing in his own right as well. Especially when you factor in like the amount of adapting he's had to do to accommodate like some of the new players and the new playing styles. The dude still has 13 goals, 13 assists this season, and he's doing that, while having to do, way more defending, way more tackling, just way more defensive actions in general. Um, so yeah, no, I think that's impressive, and he's still making the runs into the box. Um, I thought he was amazing against Barcelona in the Copa del Rey final, so it was unfortunate for him that obviously his team, he was let down by his team again. But hey, it is what it is. It's bound to happen sometimes. It just be like that. Next up we have Brahim Diaz. I thought he was really good against Man City. I think what's it called? With Brahim, I think honestly the most impressive thing for me with him this year has been kind of the way he's been able to adapt to different roles that the team's required from him. Like he's played on the wings, he's played as a midfielder. You look at what he's been able to do. He's come up with timely goals. He's still able to, generate assists. When he's able to tackle, he's been able to do that. When he needs to do progressive carries, he can do that. Like he's just kind of been everywhere. And honestly, I really want to see what he would look like playing on his own role in his own team. Unfortunately, I don't think he wants to leave. So, I mean, it is what it is, but I think he's a really good player. I'd probably put him in good, but having a great season. Oh my gosh, there's this many players to get to. Okay, honestly, I'm probably gonna split this up into two parts. I'll probably have another live stream at some point because I need to do stuff. Like I've been on this for like 4 hours now. So if anyone that joined the stream, I really appreciate it. I'm gonna end it here for now. I'll probably try to like finish this up at some point. Definitely not at the moment, to be very honest with you. Yeah, that's gonna be it for right now. I'll definitely finish this up at some point. And have a good day.